promise you the older demons, this is Nurse Hatchet. You are listening to the Wolf Pack.
The genre of horror is a great expanse. We want to explore it. We've spent years building our credibility, our reputation, interviewing people from all levels of horror, discussing visual and literary horror. This is our exploration. This is Splatter Horror.
Carry on my wayward son. There'll be peace when you are done. Lay your weary head to rest. Don't you cry no more. Once I rose above the noise and confusion, just to get a glimpse beyond this illusion. I was soaring ever higher, but I flew too high. Though my eyes could see, I still was a blind man. Though my mind could think, I still was a madman. I hear the voices when I'm dreaming. I can hear them say, carry on my wayward son. There'll be peace when you are done. Lay your weary head to you cry, don't you cry no
I have taken off my makeup. Let's see if you can take off yours. Good evening, everyone, and welcome to another episode of Full Spectrum Horror. I am your host, Mr. Christopher Highland, and with me, as always, is Eric Morse, aka William Pattison. And tonight, we
Mr.
are...
Highland.
Yes, and tonight we are going to be discussing and examining something that may be controversial for horror fans, but, well, if you get offended, so be it. And,
Yeah, you have your right to be offended, which is fine.
And tonight we have a very special guest, and if the other one shows up, hopefully they will, but in the meantime, we have a returning guest, a man who needs no introduction, but if you don't know who he is, writer, actor, playwright extraordinaire, Martin Casella. Martin, welcome back to the show.
Thank you, gentlemen. Great to be back. It's nice hearing both of your voices again.
Likewise. So, Eric, we have some business to conduct before we get down to our major business.
Yes, we do. The thing is that we are going to be in a moment giving a few moments of silence for three members of the horror community that have passed on. One of them is a member of the Wolf Pack. But the first one, of course, is Mr. Sid Haig, who everyone knows as Captain Spaulding. The other gentleman is Doug Sabal, who was a very dear friend of mine, and he lost his fight for cancer a couple days ago. And of course, the last one, and very dear to Mr. Highland and myself, was, of course, Balcazar, Emperor of Evil, Child of Destruction, aka my cat Joey, who was the co-host of Retro Radio Theater and Horror Update on the Wolf Pack. So anyways, let's give ourselves a few moments of silence for these three lost members of the horror community. Alrighty. So, anyways, I know you're broken up, Mr. Highland, because I know you were a big Sid Haig fan.
Mm-hmm. Every time you or I would mention him or he would come up in discussion, I would always place my hand over my heart and say, Sid Haig, hardest working man in the horror movie business.
Yes, indeed. Yes, indeed. It's when he was a rare breed, and we will never see another like Sid in the horror community. So, how about you, Martin? Any thoughts on Sid?
I became aware of what had happened this morning, and I was just fascinated to go through. We were talking earlier about the Facebook postings today, and so many people that I've met at conventions were very, very upset today, and it was fascinating to be able to go through people's posts and see all the pictures of him in the various films he made. The one actually that I found the most amusing was apparently he was in a James Bond movie. Right?
Oh, yes.
Did you either of you see that? That was a wonderful photo of him, unrecognizable.
Which one?
I think it's a Sean Connery one, right?
No, it was Roger Moore.
Was it Roger Moore? All I saw was a picture of him all dressed up in a fancy suit, and his hair was cut real short, and he was sort of in a chair, sort of staring at James Bond, looking as if he maybe were going to kill him. So.
Oh, yeah.
I didn't realize he had been in mainstream films as well. So.
Oh yeah. He's done a lot of things. I mean, he also did kids television. He was the villain in Jason of Star Command.
That's funny.
Yeah, and he did a couple of episodes of Buck Rogers in the 25th Century and stuff. He was all over the place. Let's put it that way. Sid was all over the place.
He's one of those old-fashioned character actors, that just does everything, and you see him all the time. Not just horror films. So, yeah.
Oh yeah, very much so. A lot of television.
It made me realize seeing all those posts today about how much people loved him and loved meeting him. I guess he was a real mainstay at a lot of the conventions, and a lot of people today were talking about how kind he was to them and how well they knew him just from seeing him at all these horror conventions across the country.
Yeah, unfortunately, I never got to actually meet him in person. I got introduced to him and his wife Susie through MySpace, and he was a friend of my friend Mandy Beltran, also known as Dark Spider, and so I got to know Sid because he would go on Mandy Beltran's podcast that she used to do as well. So, yeah. So yeah, we're really gonna miss Sid. Well, his final film was he got to play his most notorious character, Captain Spaulding, again in Rob Zombie's 3 from Hell. So that was a good ending. Alrighty.
All right.
So, Mr. Highland, this is your favorite part of the show is coming up.
Yes, I know.
Right now, yes, Mr. Highland just goes nuts over fan letters. Yeah, we got some good ones here. Alrighty, first fan letter is from Brandon Sackett from San Jose. Dear Full Spectrum, I just wanted to ask why you chose to do your show on YouTube. YouTube is a visual media show, and you are more an internet radio show. Why don't you do your show on either Anchor or Blog Talk Radio? I'll let you answer that one, Mr. Highland.
Well, we used to have a show on Blog Talk Radio, but we didn't get the time amount that we wanted.
Yeah, plus that Blog Talk wanted about $43 a month.
Yeah, that too.
And we used to be able to do 2 hours as free hosts, and then they knocked us down to half an hour, and then they decided, oh, well, we're getting rid of free anchors, so bye. Of course, you know, the lady that basically kicked us off Blog Talk Radio introduced us to Uber Conference, and I decided to do hosting on both YouTube and Vimeo. So, if anything, we did better because we're now in multiple venues, and we are syndicated on a dozen different websites. So pretty damn good. So we're doing pretty good there, Brandon. Don't worry about us. Alrighty, so next one is Bill from Sonoma. Hi guys, I love both full spectrum horror and bloodbath theater. I just wanted to know who is the actual host of the show. I know the horror sex symbol Christopher Highland does the intro, but it seems like King of Splatter Punk William Pattison is the one that leads you guys through the segments. It's a bit confusing to me. Can you clear this up?
Yeah, it's confusing to me too.
No, the thing is that Mr. Highland is the actual host because he gets first billing, and he is the horror sex symbol. I'm just the king of splatterpunk. So I'm on second.
Wait a minute, Christopher. I didn't know that you were the sex symbol here.
Oh yeah.
How long's that been going on for?
I don't know. It's not by choice.
Yeah, and he's also horror Jesus as well.
That's not by choice either.
That sounds like the title of a really good short story. I like that concept.
Yeah.
Horror Jesus.
Yeah. Well, the thing was that Mr. Highland grew his hair and he grew a beard, and I started calling him Horror Jesus. And the thing is that in ufology, they have a UFO Jesus, and he's this little Jewish guy that does a podcast. And I thought, oh, well, we got Mr. Highland, and he's got the long hair and he's got the beard now, and he likes to do the podcast in his bathrobe, so why not? So anyway, it is officially Mr. Highland is the host. I am just the quirky loudmouth sidekick.
Yes, and if this person were to listen to our last show that we did, he'll see that I definitely took over the show. But you'll have to see what I mean.
All right. Okay, we got one last fan letter. Oh, and it's from your area, Martin.
Okay.
Yeah, Glitterera from LA. Hello, bitches. Greetings from the Glitter and Glamour place. Just wanted to say you guys are great and a blast to listen to. I love horror movies and listening to people talk about them. When are you guys going to come down here and get a table at Comic-Con? I figure that would be a blast. We could party together. Horror sex symbols, blood running on the dance floor. And I know poor Willie couldn't do it because of his heart, but he could have a few drinks and socialize. My crew are hardcore horror fans and would love to meet and hang out with you guys in Southern Cal. Keep it scary. Well, fortunately, Comic-Con, costs about $2,000 for a table. And Mr. Highland and I are poor guys. We don't make enough to pay that much, plus pay for airfare, plus pay for hotel, and pay for Ubers to get to Comic-Con every day.
You're forgetting that I'm unemployed as well.
Oh, and yeah, Mr. Highland is a bum. So, joking. Oh, well, I'm close to a bum. I mean, shit, I work in the food industry, as, I'm an author and a food industry person. And I don't make crap in either position. So there. But, if our things change, we'll get ourselves a table and we'll bring the entire wolf pack together, and you can meet Derek, and we'll have a real party.
Yes, but
Mr. Highland,
Eric and I don't drink anymore.
Yeah, speak for yourself. I'll have me a nice Corona.
I thought you didn't.
I'll have one Corona.
Okay.
And I'll drink 7 Up for the rest of the evening.
Well, I don't do that stuff anymore.
You answered a question. I always wondered how much it cost to have a table at what is it? Which
San
one is it?
Diego
Comic-Con? Yeah.
Yeah, it's also Monster Mania. It's 2,000.
Right. And where's that one?
That's also in San Diego.
Right.
It happens after you have Monster Mania and you have Son of Monster Mania. So you have 2 conventions on that, and then you have Comic-Con and you have WonderCon, which pisses the shit out of me because they stole that from San Francisco. Our horror community was just in shattered to pieces for years after they took our WonderCon away from us. Now we got a whole bunch of horror, conventions and stuff. We've got like 3 Comic-Cons now in mid San Francisco area.
Not to mention the fact that I'm the comic book reader of the group.
Oh.
Yeah,
Okay.
he's the comic book reader. I gave up on reading comics years ago because I was busy writing books.
Hey, Christopher, do you? I just wanted to ask, Christopher, do you enjoy when they do comic book film adaptations? Like, what are your favorite ones?
Well, it depends. I like Blade, for example.
Okay.
Well, there's Hellboy, of course. That's another
Right.
one.
Is it just horror comics, or just other kinds of comics as well?
No. I mean, it depends. I mean, if it's done well, I'll see it.
Okay.
I mean, there's a lot of possibilities that are not being explored, and which could be explored. And I've been thinking, well, if they explore them, then I'll be interested.
Right. Do you go see all the like Wolverine and all the rest of them? Although
I've seen some of them, but not the most recent ones.
okay, I just wondered. I didn't know you were the comic book expert. So.
Oh yeah, yeah. Mr.
Oh,
Hyde
yeah.
has read. He's read hundreds of thousands of comic books. Me, I'm more Batman, Superman, Wolverine, and John Constantine myself.
Oh, is John Constantine? Wasn't there a film?
Yes.
Yeah,
They make
there
that into a
was.
movie?
It was.
Is he like an angel or something, or
No,
Is that the thing I'm thinking
what
of?
he is he's a wizard, and the thing is that he's kind of the street guy type wizard. He's a guy that runs around in a trench coat, and he's foul-mouthed and stuff, and he smokes cigarettes and stuff. They did a good series of Constantine. The movie I was not thrilled with, but
Okay.
television series was fantastic, and they've got Constantine now in DC's Legends of the Future, or Legends of the Future. It's one of the Arrowverse shows.
Right.
Yeah.
What are the films that Keanu Reeves does? John, was it? There's
Hey,
three of them, I think.
John Wick.
John Wick. Are those based on comic books as well?
I don't think so.
No, they should. They more than likely could be though. Those are
That I'm aware of.
interesting.
I might have to Google those while we're chatting here, so see where they come from.
Yeah. Well, actually, you're not going to have time because you got wow us with your list.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Well,
So
we'll see.
now it is time for Mr. Marty to wow us with his lists.
Well, do we get some sort of introduction from Christopher? How do we do that?
Hell yeah, Mr. Highland.
One of you might have to go first, or sort of like because I'm not sure what the structure is or how it works or what I
neither
know
do we half the time.
Okay.
So, Mr. Highland, what's your structure? Because you're the one that came up with this.
Oh, well, with my list, I just listed this stuff and I made little notes. So whatever comes into your head, if there's anecdotes that goes along with what you wrote down.
Right. Well, do we move around? Do we trade? Or just you like doing one and then one and then one, or how what's your plan
one
for that,
and one
Christopher?
and one.
Yeah.
Yeah, one and
Yeah?
one and one.
I thought Marty was going to go first, and then.
Yeah, Marty is going to go first.
Guys, I'm ready. I'm ready to go first. I want to make a little preface here, which is I thought a lot about this over the last few months and then the last week particularly because as we know, as we probably discussed, as a matter of fact, I know we discussed this when I got to talk to you guys before. For somebody that was in Poltergeist, I'm not the biggest horror fan in the world. But what I do like is I tend to like psychological horror films and things like that. So my list everything on my list is technically comes under the category of horror. I made sure of that. I did my research. But I want to just say mine are not. It's not. I don't know any Rob Zombie movies. I'm not a big.
Okay.
So mine are going to mostly be. Mine are mostly thrillery kind of fun stuff. So,
That's fine.
so the first part, Christopher, you asked about the dislikes of horror films.
Mm-hmm.
And so can I start there? I'll sort of read through, and if you guys want to interrupt or jump in, I'll sort of, as a writer, I approached it from a writer's point of view and what I kind of respond to. And the first thing I came up with, and many of these are going to sound contrary to what most horror fans like. I know that some of the people that I meet, like I think we talked about this before when I was on, the nicest people in the world I've ever met are the people who come to horror conventions. I didn't know what to expect when I did the first one. And I have to tell you, people come with their families, and I was so impressed with that. Everybody was really kind, and I've made some really good long-standing friendships. So if I'm letting anybody down by sort of going off in a different kind of horror, I don't want to apologize in advance, but that's kind of the way my mind works. So, and the first one on the list is something that I know is probably an anathema to most horror fans, but I have real issues. This is a thing and this sort of goes, as Chris, you described to me, the second half of it about, the things that scared us and haunted us and gave us nightmares. But one of my random dislikes about horror films is I can't watch stuff with sharp knives and butcher knives and scythes and hooks, and I just can't do that kind of stuff. And I kind of put that into the category of sort of like insistent, random, senseless violence that goes on and on. And how I structured this was that instead of talking about movies that do that, I went back and looked at clips and things of films that I love that actually have a great deal of violence in each of these sort of categories that I've come up with. And so the two movies that I would use as a great examples of movies that use that really well is that's not just random senseless violence. The two kind of horror films that I love that are the opposite of that are Pan's Labyrinth and the original Brian De Palma Carrie. Those both have tons of violence. I was afraid to see both of those movies, and in the end, both of those were kind of movies where I never had to look away. The violence was so crucial to the storytelling that I love both of those movies. I think I was 14 or something when I saw the original Carrie in the movie theaters, and I couldn't look away. It was just terrifying, but it all felt, it just didn't feel like, we're just going to randomly kill people. So, and sort of sliding in with that is, I'm not a big fan of gore, and yet when it's used the right way, to me, that just only makes the movie even better. And the three movies I came up with that use gore pretty well. I mean, The Shining's one of them. They're not so much gore, but I mean, come on, what's better than those elevator doors opening up and that 100 million gallons of blood just flooding into that hotel? That to me is like, that's great use. And I don't know if either of you have seen this. It's a wonderful vampire film. It's either from Sweden or Denmark called Let the Right One In.
Oh, yeah.
It's fantastic. And it's ridiculously gory. And but yet it never made me want to turn it off or go, that's disgusting. And surprisingly enough, the third one on my list is a movie that I actually saw really late one night on, I don't even know what it was, cable or something, but it was the original Night of the Living Dead. And I was expecting to get nauseous or something from it. And you know what? I couldn't look away. It was the people grabbing each other and eating their body parts and all that. It was done. It was so, I want to say simple. I don't know any other way to describe it. It was done so simply. And could I use the word elegant here? That I loved it. And that's a movie that I thought, no way in a million years. And I just remember flipping the channels one night, and it came on. It was on the middle of the night, and I thought, I can't watch this at night. And I loved it. So another thing I don't like about bad horror films is when they're really heavy-handed and funky and it's so obvious what's going to happen. Those I don't have any examples of. But going along with that, one of the things that I really dislike about horror film, when there's sort of no underlying, what I would call metaphors or a resonance to it. Because I think all the best horror films, the ones I love anyway, have something going on underneath. There's some kind of, for example, Carrie's about the fear of becoming a woman. It's about a fear of when blood comes out of your own body. And the movies, the 3 or 4 that I actually really, really love, some of them are really gory and gross, and some of them are really great psychological. The first one is Rosemary's Baby, which is this great example of that movie's about the unbelievable fear of motherhood. That's the metaphor for the movie, and how women have this creature growing inside them. And in the case of Rosemary's Baby, it's literally the devil. It is a devil with claws and slit eyes. And that's just, to me, that's one of the great uses of metaphor. The other one in a horror movie that I love, both the original and the 70s remake, is Invasion of the Body Snatchers. And, that was a metaphor in the original version for communism, the fear of the Red Menace and communism, and that the person that you loved, or the person next door, your neighbor down the street, was going to turn into this pod person that you didn't recognize. And that terror of that communism was going to turn us all into basically pod people. And the third one is this is used a lot in horror films, and the one that I'm thinking of was a movie that I thought, I'm never going to ever see this, but the reviews were so incredible, and I am a John Carpenter fan, that it was the remake of The Thing. Is that the one? That's Kurt Russell's in that, right? And they're on like an Arnie base. That is just an awesome movie, and that's something that I would have normally gone, I don't know if I can handle this kind of really, really gross violence, but the metaphor that they were using of the damage from the atomic bombs and atomic testing, and what are we creating? Just the title alone, what is that thing, that we created using all those weapons? And those kind of things, when they have that kind of resonance in them, I'll go see it. I'll deal with it. Sometimes the thing I hate about horror movies is there's no subtlety to them. They're just like, let's just cut somebody up with a hatchet or an axe or this or that. And the 2 of the ones I like, one's a repeat. Obviously, Rosemary's Baby is one of the most subtle horror films ever made. It's just, and yet, boy, when you get on that ride, it's just terrifying. And there's also a French film called Diabolique, which is
I love Diabolique.
Great horror film. Diabolique is fantastic, and they're subtle, and they build very, very slowly, and they don't count on hatchets and people being disemboweled and things like that. I also can't stand it in horror movies when people do stupid things, like going back for the cat in Alien. I mean, there's a whole book called, right? Do you guys know about that book? It's called Don't Go Back for the Cat, and it's how to write a horror film. And we have to go there by ourselves, or I left something on the table, or let's get in the car and the engine won't start, and when people do dopey things like that, a friend of mine calls that, he puts those in the category of movies where he just wants to shout at the screen, like, why don't you all just move back to Ohio, move to Ohio or something, get out of there, stop staying in the house. And the thing I'm so, proud of about Poltergeist is that they worked around that problem by having the little girl trapped in the television. So that family was not, at least the parents were not going to leave until they got their daughter back. And that's one of those cases where the writers worked really hard to come up with a reason of why, get out of the crazy haunted house. We can't. And kind of going along with that category is not making the stakes of what's going on high and emotional enough. Once again, it's, why don't they just leave? Why don't they just walk away? And to me, the genius, the epitome of that kind of horror filmmaking is The Exorcist, because that's a movie where the child is possessed and she just can't kill her child or something. She's got to fix this problem and to bring these people in and to do it. And that whole concept, I mean, it's an old concept. It comes, it's as old as the Dybbuk, in the Jewish religion, the story of the Dybbuk, and that thing of where that demon is trapped inside of somebody. I mean, there's demons in people in the Bible, and when you use it to the way where it's a little girl, where it's a child, that's what I think made The Exorcist just the just unbelievable blockbuster it was. In addition to all the gross stuff, but and I think I have a couple other things that I don't like. I don't like it when they don't have well written characters. I make jokes with my friends. It's like half the time you see a movie like that and the people are just meant to be killed off. But in other films, two of them I'm thinking of where the psychological aspects of the horror is so strong. One of them is the original black and white Jack Clayton's film of The Innocents, which is based on the Henry James story, The Turn of the Screw, about the governess and the kid who she's trying to save the two children she's watching from these horrific ghosts that are trying to get them and kill them and take them back. And the characters in it are so fantastic. And the characters in the Innocents are so strong that in the early 70s, there was actually a prequel made called The Nightcomers, and Marlon Brando played a character that in the original one was a ghost, and they go back and you find out how he became a ghost, and they're terrific characters. And I think that leads into another important thing, which is if we don't care about people, we're not going to care about what happens to them. And for me, that's especially true with monster horror films. Recently, Christopher, I don't think I've talked to you about this, but I've been trying to watch a lot of the classic Universal horror films from the early 30s up into the 40s, and they make you love those characters. I mean, they make you love Frankenstein, which is nuts. Why do I like this creature made of parts of other people? But they find that humanity in them. I recently watched The Wolfman as well, and there's such humanity.
My favorite.
Although the original Wolfman is a gorgeous movie. I mean, it looks like they actually spent a lot of money on it, and it has an A-list cast. All the people, Claude Rains is in it, and all these other A-list great, character actors, and it's a beautiful movie. I mean, and you care about him when whenever he's going to turn into the werewolf. And The Mummy's kind of the same. I recently saw the original Mummy, which it's fascinating. It's beautifully made, and it's really interesting. So and the kind of the one modern movie that I can think of that's similar, it's also funny, which kind of leads into my last category, but it's American Werewolf in London with David Naughton and Griffin Dunne, and we care about this poor kid that gets attacked by a werewolf, and the brilliant special effects from 40 years ago, where he actually turned, the first time we ever saw those kind of transitions, and the guy and his best friend, who's kind of he meets him in the movie theater all the time or something, but he's like literally body parts are falling off of him, and he's moldering, and you care about them, and that's why I think they're classics. And the last one on the list is I hate horror films where there's no humor used in them. Brian De Palma, for me, as a kid growing up, he just spoiled people, because as crazy and wonderful and nuts as his movies are, he always has humor, whether it's Carrie, The Fury, which I'll talk about in a minute or two, but and even up into the 80s with Dress to Kill. I mean, Dress to Kill is just a classic slasher movie, but it's got humor in it, and it's terrific. And I learned to appreciate that, because when I was a kid, there was a whole series. They sort of evolved out of the Hammer films with Vincent Price and all that, but the studios all of a sudden in the late 60s started making these kind of great classic silly horror movies that were really cool, with famous stars in them. And the one I saw a bunch when I was a kid was called What's the Matter with Helen, and it had like Oscar-winning actors in it. Ruth Gordon was in it, and Shelley Winters, and Debbie Reynolds, and it was it was a female-based horror film about somebody was killing these people, and it took place in Hollywood in the 1930s. And as violent and gross as it was, it actually had a great sense of humor about it. And so those are the kind of things that I don't like about horror films. And now, based on the question that Christopher asked me, I'm going to give you a list of scenes. I'll try to pare it down a little, but I'll keep the story short. That gave me nightmares when I was a kid, that terrified me and scared me. I'll give you the movie, and then I'll give you why real quick. The first one, when I was like 11, I saw this movie called Dracula Has Risen from the Grave with Christopher Lee. And the movie starts off with these hikers like in the Alps or something, and there's ice and snow, and one of the guys gets hurt and he starts to bleed, and his friends like pick him up and help him, off the mountain. But the blood seeps down through the ice, and there's this incredible shot of, you see that Dracula has been frozen in this block of ice up in the Alps, and the blood seeps through the ice, and there's this shot of the blood going through the ice and touching Dracula's lips, and all of a sudden, in the movie theater, his tongue comes out of his mouth, and he licks the blood off, and then his eyes open like in a classic Dracula horror film. And I remember as being a kid, I was terrified. That was like, oh my God, that's gonna happen here to me. And in Dracula, the novel, it's not quite a horror film, but it's in the novel, and it might be in the Francis Coppola one. It's maybe my favorite film moment of horror of all time. It's when Van Helsing says we have to cut Nina's head off because she's turned into a vampire, and they have to stuff her head with garlic. And when I was a kid and I read that in the novel, that I could not sleep for like 3 nights. I thought that's the most horrifying thing I've ever heard. And also a movie I saw when I was a young kid was the Vincent Price Pit and the Pendulum, and they just have that. Have either of you seen it? The movie opens like the credit. I love that giant pendulum with the razor sharp edge, just swinging back and forth. And the scene in the movie where whoever it is like tied to the thing, and it's just getting lower and lower. And all I kept thinking was, oh my God, it's going to cut this guy in half. That was something that just I could not sleep after I saw that. In the Robert Wise movie, The Haunting, there's a scene where the 2 women are trapped in the bedroom, and whatever that evil force is, that thing that's trying to get to them, it like bangs and bangs and bangs on the door, and then the door actually like stretches where this thing is pushing, trying to make the door collapse and open, and then they push in, which Spielberg and Tobe Hooper tried to do later on in Poltergeist. But like the handle starts turning, and they cut to Julie Harris's face, and she's like, "No, don't let it in." And then all of a sudden there's a noise, and then this bang, 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 and runs away down the hall. When you're 10 years old and you see that on TV one night late in black and white all by yourself, I was like, get me. I had to turn all the lights in the house on. There's 2 scenes from The Birds that I loved when I was a kid. One often got cut from when the local Channel 7 would show The Birds. That's the first time I saw it. It was like afternoon movie in 2 parts. But later on when I saw it, I began to realize why they cut it. It's the scene where Jessica Tandy goes in to see how her friend is done, and then she opens the bedroom door, and the guy's had his eyes pecked out by the birds. And there's that close-up of that guy's head and the eyes, and it's just, boy, it's something that you don't want to see when you're, 6 or 7. And the other scene in that movie that always freaks me out is, even now, I watched it a couple months ago, and it's when Rod Taylor's trying to close the door to the attic, and he's trying to wrap like a lamp cord around the door to close it, and the birds are just pecking and pecking and pecking on his hand, and he's like screaming trying to get this thing. The moment from Psycho that always freaks me out isn't any of the violent stuff with the brilliant editing of the knife and the shower and all that. It's the moment when the detective gets attacked and they slice him across the head, and he falls backwards down the stairs in that crazy, weird, slow motion-y kind of thing, and his arms are flailing in the air. And that always scared me. The rest of the stuff I was like, ah. And I saw The Omen when I was about 16, and there's so many scenes in The Omen. There's the moment where poor Lee Remick, the little boy's mom's hanging from that 2nd floor balcony, and the little boy's running his little tricycle over her fingers, and like one by one she starts to get her fingers, so she's going to lose the balance. That movie also has that amazing scene where the pane of glass, there's one of the guys who's trying to investigate what's happening is riding behind a truck that has panes of glass on it, and then there's like an accident, and one of the panes just shoots off the truck and decapitates the guy. That was the first time I'd ever seen anybody be decapitated in a movie, and I mean, it was obviously, a dummy head and stuff, but I was just speechless. And then also later on in the movie, when the bolt of lightning hits the spire of the church, and the priest is trying to get on holy ground, so the devil can't get him. but the lightning hits the spire of the church and it comes down and impales him in the front before he can get on the ground of the church. And that was just amazing. And that kind of thing, one of the few things that I love, one of the few horror movie moments that I love with sharp stuff is in the original Carrie, when Carrie makes all the all the knives and the everything, all that stuff at the kitchen fly at her mother. And that's just something when you see when you're 16, you know, it's like your fantasy. You want to do that to somebody that you don't like. The Shining, when Jack Nicholson breaks the door down with the axe, you know, and then they get a laugh out of it, you know. There's a small little film that I saw when I was a teenager called The Reincarnation of Peter Proud. And there's a moment, yeah, and there's that moment, I don't know if you guys remember it, but I think it's Michael Sarrazin, and he's like naked swimming in a lake, and somebody starts trying to kill him. I think that's how the character ultimately dies, and they like beat him to death, and it's so vulnerable. He's so vulnerable. He's like naked in this lake, and someone's beating him to death with an oar from a boat. And that just always stayed with me. That sense of how it must feel, you know, to be just you're completely exposed, and there's nowhere to hide. There's nowhere to run. Everybody loves the scene in Jaws where the head pops out from the boat. I'm perverse. I love the scene where the shark bites down on is it the raft that the little boy's on, and there's that geyser of blood that goes into the air. That's just amazing. And in The Fury, when Amy Irving at the climax of the movie uses her telekinesis powers or whatever the hell she does, when she says you go to hell, you go straight to hell. And she puts her hands out, and John Cassavetes' head his head explodes, and then his whole body explodes. And I'd never seen anything like that in a movie before when that happened, ever. And there's a little horror film. It was a big studio movie. Most people don't remember it now. A buddy of mine that I was talking to about this project, Christopher's, he brought this movie up, and I was like, oh my God, I almost had to leave the theater. It's a movie called The Other. And the two little boys are playing in the hayloft, and the one boy falls out of the hayloft and gets impaled on the pitchfork outside the hayloft. I once again, it's because it was a little kid. But in The Fly, not the original is kind of okay, but I think the remake with Jeff Goldblum is like a masterpiece. It's a David Cronenberg. I mean, that sense of when his body literally starts falling apart in pieces, and like his lips fall off and his ears, and that's once again one of those great metaphors where it's a metaphor for aging, it's a metaphor for getting old, it's a metaphor for losing control of our bodies, where it just literally the parts just start breaking off. I remember the people in the theaters just screaming when that started happening, you know, like when half of his ear comes off in his hand. Another great moment that terrified me when I was a kid was in the movie Freaks at the end, when they all surround the bad lady who's done the bad thing, and they all just start hopping toward her and moving toward her on the ground, and they're chanting, one of us, one of us, one of us. And I remember, and then they get ready to mutilate her. And I remember when I saw it in a film class in college, and I remember thinking, how did this movie ever get made by MGM? This was like a mainstream movie with all this freaky stuff in it. The movie that terrified me when I was a kid was the original Invaders from Mars, which is, I have trouble still, like all these years later, walking across sand in a desert, because that image in the movie and that weird music would come on, and then that circle in the sand would start opening up, and then the people would just be swallowed up into the sand, and then they would show the giant needles going into their necks, and then they become zombies and stuff. Obviously the chest explosion in Alien. I mean, that joke about that movie for me is that I actually took my glasses off in the movie theater and put my hands over my ears, like that was going to help me. But once you were trapped, there was no way you could leave. Another kids movie that I love, a horror film, is the movie called Them, about the giant ants that come out from nuclear testing. Another nuclear testing metaphor movie, and it's always not just the visuals in those horror films. In Them, it's that sound effect of that high-pitched buzzing and screaming that the ants made that you knew when they were coming, you know, when someone was trapped. And like when I was a kid and my friends, when we all saw that movie, it was like we all like go to school and try to scare people by making ant noises. And it's sometimes with the horror films, it's the ambience, it's the photography, it's the somberness of the movie, the elegance of it. One of my favorites, absolute favorites, is Nick Rhodes' movie Don't Look Now, and with Julie Christie and Donald Sutherland. And that has two images in that movie that are unforgettable, that you see that movie and you never forget them. One is that they as a couple, they meet these two blind elderly twin sisters who are both blind. They're blind, and their eyes are just these weird things, and they're both psychics. And then of course, the bad person in the movie is this murderous little dwarf that wears a red coat that is just like the red coat that the daughter that they lost at the beginning of the movie wore when she drowned. And it's just beautiful and magical and scary and terrifying. I love it that in both The Fog and The Thing, it was what you couldn't see that was horrifying. You know, that the stuff that you couldn't figure out what was in there, what was getting people. The couple foreign films that I loved, even though the violence was incredibly explicit for its time, was Suspiria and The Bird with the Crystal Plumage. I don't know how I saw those when I was 13, but they were in my local movie theater, and they were so both over the top and beautiful that I was like, wow, horror films can be like this. I'm a big fan of David Lynch, and in the Twin Peaks Fire Walk With Me movie, that's a horror film. I mean, there's no other way around it. And there's a moment in that film where it's all about the day what's her name died, who was, you know, in the Twin Peaks series, Laura Palmer. And there's a scene of Laura Palmer and a friend of hers, I think, and they're at the train tracks, and a train goes by, and they're being stalked by somebody. And there's this just incredible image of these two teenage girls sitting in a car, and they can't get away. And the train is just going by and making this horrible noise, and the two of them are just screaming and screaming and screaming. And it's one of those scenes that only somebody like, you know, David Lynch could pull off. Sometimes the scary thing is just one single image, like in the original Nosferatu, when the vampire is that horrible rat vampire creature standing on the ship in the fog, and he's got that rat face and those hideous long fingernails, and that was just something imprinted on me. I you know, that made me want to be scared to ever see a vampire movie again. And finally, the last little category that I have is sometimes it's in a horror film, suspense film. It can be like one line of dialogue, and as a writer, that's the thing that always stays with me. Any of those films, you know, we're going to have those bits of dialogue, but the two that I remember, they're not technically horror films, but I think of them as horror films. One of them's Hitchcock's movie Rebecca, and there's this moment where the young heroine, you know, lives in this giant house on the ocean, and she's married this rich guy, and she thinks he's trying to kill her and that he doesn't love her, and she's dejected and scared, and she goes to the window and she's thinking of committing suicide, and the crazy housekeeper sneaks up to her, and all she does is she just whispers in her ear as they're looking down at these waves crashing, and the housekeeper just leans over, and I wrote the dialogue down, I got it, and she just says, jump, jump, he doesn't love you, he loves Rebecca, jump now. And then somebody comes in and interrupts her, and she ultimately doesn't jump. But I saw that movie when I was 13, and the power of just that one scene of the editing and the photography and the dialogue and the acting. And then the second one, and the last thing I've got to add today is there's a great old scary movie. It's not a horror movie. It's more like a scary movie from the 1940s. It's called Sorry, Wrong Number. And it's about a paralyzed woman who's in her bed, and she can't get out. One night she picks up the phone to make a phone call, and she overhears a party line. The wires get crossed, and she hears someone planning a murder. And the woman who's listening to this during the course of the movie, and there's flashbacks of when she could walk and this and that. And as the movie progresses, she slowly begins to realize that it's her murder that's being planned on the phone, and she can't make herself heard, and she's so enwrapped in listening to the phone call of what's going on, and she doesn't call the police. She's just paralyzed. And finally, she's there, and the murderer comes into the room, and it's all played out with shadows. Very great film noir of the 40s. and she's just screaming and screaming, and all of a sudden you see these hands go around her throat, and the phone finally falls to the floor, and the guy kills the woman, then he puts the phone back on the phone holder, and instantly the phone holder rings. And of course, if you're watching this movie late at night or something, you jump, you yell because the phone rings, and all you see is this gloved hand pick up the phone, and you hear somebody say, "Oh, I'm looking for Mrs. So-and-so. Is she there? Is she there?" And all of that, you just hear this very deep, scary voice go, "Sorry, wrong number." And he hangs up the phone. And then the movie, some great 40s music comes up, and they go to a giant close-up of the phone, and that's the end of the movie. And those are the moments, guys. Those are the moments that kind of made me like the kind of horror films that I like, and scared me and terrified me. I can honestly say the scaredest I've ever been in a movie was, I think it was Alien. I wanted out of the theater, and my friends wouldn't let me leave. They're like, "No, you have to watch the whole thing." And I was just really scared. And I have to be really honest, both The Thing and the Fog, those two got to me too, when we're talking like real great classic horror stuff. So there you go. I did my list. Were they all right, Christopher? Is that what you wanted?
Yes, very much so. I wanted to mention, when you mentioned humor, Robert Bloch.
Yes. Yeah. Isn't he the original writer of Psycho?
Yes.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. That kind of humor. It helps leaven it. It helps you. It throws you off balance. So that and it's not just relentless horror. It's you can get away with the fun stuff. It's in Psycho, all the stuffed birds everywhere. And the peephole where he watches. That's funny. So yeah. Any other observations or jumping in there? I like, Eric, I think it was you who was every once in a while going, "Yeah, that one." So that's.
Oh yeah, because I've pretty much seen every single film that you mentioned.
Yeah, I mean, I remember watching The Haunting. I was so afraid when The Haunting was over, I just wouldn't even get out of my bed to shut the light off. I watched it on TV in my bedroom when I was a kid. And those of us who walk alone, oh God, when you realize she's the ghost at the end, yeah. That kind of stuff.
One suggestion for you, Marty. You want to, you loved Night of the Living Dead, right?
Yes.
Check out the original Dawn of the Dead.
Okay.
Not the remake, but the original. You will love it because it is just it has a lot of humor in it, and the music in the film and stuff Romero does, and you like story, films that have a message in that, and this film has an incredible metaphor about consumerism.
Mm-hmm. Isn't there something that takes place at a mall? Is that the movie?
Yeah, that's it.
Yeah.
It takes place in a shopping mall.
That. Yeah.
And
wow.
The remake isn't the remake I can't recommend that. But I can recommend the original one. I saw it at a midnight show with my mother and my sister, and I was blown by it. It shocked me, but it also amazed me. It showed just what George Romero could do. I don't think he ever surpassed Dawn of the Dead.
Right.
Seriously. In his entire career. Well, maybe with Creepshow, because that was a good anthology film.
You just reminded me. I actually saw Creepshow. Wow. Okay. Yeah. I know. What a surprise, right? No, I actually saw that. I think because it was George Romero, I went to go see it.
Yeah.
So, yeah. Wow. Anything for you, Christopher, that made you think or go, "Oh, I didn't see that," or?
Nope.
All right. Well, who goes next, guys?
I think I noticed our guest showed up. I could be wrong.
No, you
Are you
didn't.
sure? I thought I heard.
Yes, he
something,
didn't. He didn't show up. I've been keeping an eye on.
Oh,
I thought I
okay.
heard a chime too at one point,
Yeah.
like somebody joining the conference call. But
No,
all right, guys.
that was on my computer.
Oh, okay.
Well,
So
Eric,
who goes next? I want to hear this. I want to hear these.
Eric, you can go next.
Well, yeah, because as I said, Encyclopedia Highland.
You're mistaken.
Alrighty, so we are going to do the first, the things I hate about the horror genre. And I'm taking this from a film critic, filmmaker, film writer point of view, and for a person that people have actually sat there and hated me for my opinions on this. So here we go. First one. Filmmakers are too stuck in the 80s. I mean, seriously. Up to modern times, it's like, filmmakers nowadays are really stuck in the 80s. A lot of the horror directors, want, oh, well, the 80s, the slasher films were this, the slasher films were that. Problem is that they're stuck in the 80s, but they don't understand the 80s, which really drives me nuts. Number two, people keep putting rules on the genre. Here's a little truth. There are no rules to horror. But people want to do that. I mean, it's since just like when they did Scream, and it's like, oh yeah, here's the rules of a slasher film, da 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 da. I mean, Kevin Williamson, as much as I love him as a screenwriter, I want to kick him in the balls for doing those rules of a slasher film, because all these little sheeple filmmakers decided, oh, well, we're going to go by Kevin Williamson's rules, and it's bugged us since the late 90s. One thing I got to say right now is that a lot of this stuff has changed in the last couple of years. And the horror film genre is coming into a renaissance, which, I am absolutely loving. So a lot of this stuff that I'm talking about here is moot at this point. Okay, number three. Some filmmakers think that gore and blood are more important than scares. There's a big difference between blood and gore and scares. Scares hit you in your soul. They hit you bodily and stuff. Gore and blood are just like, ew, oh my God, ew, look at that. They don't hit you in your primal center like a good scare. And for years, I would sit there on message boards and fight with filmmakers, literally go hand to hand with them, because they were sitting there, all we need is gore and blood. That's all that makes a good horror film is gore and blood. That's all we need. And I said, how about scares? Oh, who cares? all we need is gore and blood. We just go and hack up a bunch of people and that's it. That's good enough. No. Because the fact is, a good horror film has different things in it. It has tension. It has scares. Gore and blood are secondary to psychological tension. A good horror film is like a good comedy. It is a mixture of different things that get your endorphins going. It's funny to say that comedy and horror have the same effects on the human body. It starts the same chemical reactions, believe it or not. So anyway, that's number 3. Number 4, characters are just slasher, monster, and ghost fodder and don't need to be developed. I got into this fight with same thing. Filmmakers fighting on message boards. What do you mean you don't need to develop these characters? What do you mean they're, oh, well, we just have to have a bunch of people put together in a cabin with a monster, a cool monster, and that'll do it. Kind of in the same thing as number 5. Plot and story are not important, only kills. Yeah, you can have 100-person kill count, but the thing is, if you don't have a good plot and you don't have a good story, your movie is going to be boring as shit. And that's what we were suffering from in the late 90s and early 2000s, was that horror fans were getting tired. They were getting horror films that had, just these thrown together plots, thrown together stories, and nothing but kills. These filmmakers were worried about, oh, well, I need to get more kills than Friday the 13th. I need to get 100 kills or something or that. And another one on here is number 6. Every villain needs to be a slasher in a mask. Now, believe it or not, an amazing early slasher film that I remember from the late, I think it was the early 70s. It was Theater of Blood with Vincent Price.
Yay!
That film, yeah, we had a killer in it. Yes, he wore costumes, but you never really saw him, just in a mask, this anonymous killer. No, he played characters. He did something with the character. And I mean, look at one of my absolute favorite killer, slashers of all time, Norman Bates. Norman Bates didn't wear a mask. He wore his mother's clothes. But the thing is that you saw his face, you saw his eyes, you saw his emotions. Some of the coolest slashers that I've seen have facial expressions. I mean, there was a film that the sequel was done. The sequel was done by the Soska sisters and was ruined, called See No Evil. And the killer in that, the film was done by a former porno director, but this guy knew how to do a fantastic slasher, and his character did not wear a costume. He just, it was just the way that he killed and the way that he handled stalking his prey. He would use a hook and chain, but you always saw the look on his face. That was so important. You need to put a human emotion in the face. I mean, that was one thing that Alfred Hitchcock knew how to do. God, I can't remember the one. It was his one where he had the guy who was strangling women. That was, Frenzy. Yes.
Yeah.
Yes, Frenzy. Oh man, that was fantastic. That was some incredible work. But yeah, you don't need a mask. That's easy and that's childish screenwriting. Oh, well, we need a mask. We have to have a mask. We have to have a copy of Jason Voorhees or a copy of Michael Myers. No. And here's another one that comes into that, number 7. A cool-looking slasher ghost is all you need for a good horror film. I saw this one film. It was a number of years ago. Was in the late 90s, and the film was about this girl who was helping with the closing down of this hospital, and she was dealing with a ghost of a patient. And the background story, this was an old asylum. The background story was that this was a mental patient and stuff. Well, our dear filmmakers made this ghost look like something out of Hellraiser. It was a ghost with an ectoskeleton around it. And it was like, what the fuck? They were sitting there, it was like, oh, well, this film's getting too psychological. We have to have a cool ghost to get the slasher fans. And it looked like a turd in a punch bowl. Let's put it that way. Alrighty, okay, number 8. That the backstory of a killer is not really important. Oh no, we don't need to give that serial killer in the mask a backstory, really. We just need him to go out and slash people. As I said, message boards, they hated me because I would go on to after him about, well, what about your damn backstory about the killer? Well, we didn't need a backstory. We had a killer with a mask and a knife, and he slashed people, and that was good enough. No, not good enough. And of course, all kills must be excessively dramatic. Now, there's a film out there that takes this to an extreme, a horrible extreme. Oh my God. There's a film called Simon Says. This is the most annoying film I have ever slasher film I've ever seen in my damn life. Because the killer in this uses traps that are just, they make the killer in Saw look simplistic. I mean, one with shooting saw blades coming hitting people from all different directions. And it's like, oh yeah, all you have to do is tell this guy Simon Says and he'll stop killing. Oh God. Yeah, Yeah, Martin, never even think about watching Simon Says. You'll want to blow your brain out. It's horrible. Alrighty, and here's one that I know all of us will agree with. And this is something that I absolutely hated about the 90s into the early 2000s. That all men have to be sex crazy and misogynistic, and women need to be either a virgin or a whore. I am talking about every damned slasher film from the 90s. You know, I mean, amazingly enough, in the 80s, you didn't have a lot of this. I mean, yes, you had some of that in Friday the 13th and that, but you didn't have all this stuff. I mean, this actually worked into Kevin Williamson and his damned rules and stuff. And it just drove me nuts. I mean, you know, I was so happy when I started to see you know, that sex was being moved away from, and you know, that we were getting better written characters and more, you know, more interesting female characters in that. And you know, you had once in a while you had the final man in some of these movies, or you had it that all the characters died or whatever, and it was more than just this set idea. But you know, I mean, women in horror, I used to get pissed off at women in horror, the feminists in horror, sitting there going, "Oh, well, you make women, you know, into virgins or whores." Well, I mean, hell, take a look at how the men are portrayed in these damn movies. It's like, oh my God, I'm gonna die if I don't have sex with a woman in every 10 minutes. Oh my flipping God, give me a break. And oh, you know, women can't do this. Women can't. Nah, give me a break. And working into this, in regard to the feminism and all that, that political agendas are more important than telling a good story. Yes, you go to any feminist film festival and you will see this. It is like, oh yes, well, we have to put out the feminist agenda and that. I mean, you know, a lot of people could have said that the guy that did Get Out and Us, you know, was pushing a political agenda. But the fact is, I mean, you actually look at his films and they're not. They're very good, but you know, he could easily push political agendas into films. And I'm not talking about you know, political agendas like the zombie film Homeland, where the zombies had come back from the dead to vote in the election.
Okay, that's pretty funny. Sorry to interrupt.
Oh, no problem. Yeah, that was a good one. I love Homeland. You know, that was one of the ones that was in the Masters of Horror series. Those are just some fantastic horror films, and Homeland was just a really good one about that. I mean, just recently they had The Dead Don't Die. You'd probably like that one, Martin. In the story, it's a zombie film, but the thing is that the main characters know they're in a zombie film, and they're sitting there going,
that's funny.
"Oh well, that's the theme song, the music that keeps running throughout the movie." And you have Adam Driver and you have Bill Murray in there, and Adam Driver is sitting there going, "Yeah, I know this isn't going to end well because I've read the script. I've read the complete script and I know the ending." And Bill Murray's going, "What? You read the entire script? I only got the scenes with you and me." That was good. That was, and you talk about making, the thing is that the zombies in that movie, what they were trying to say in it was, it was talking about consumerism, how people nowadays have given up socialization and that for objects, for cell phones, for laptop, for handheld devices and stuff. And so you've got these zombies walking around with cell phones and going, cell phone, video game, walking around. They did have one zombie that was walking around dragging a guitar, and he was going, guitar. But yeah, that was a good film. If you ever get a chance, check it out. It is freaky. And plus that Mr. Highland's favorite actress is in that.
Who's that?
God, that Swedish actress, Mr. Highland, the blonde one from the vampire.
Tilda Swinton.
Yeah, Tilda. Mr. absolutely loves Tilda.
Good, you have good taste, Christopher. She's a great actress.
Those are his words, not mine.
Yeah. So anyways, alrighty, so off political agendas and on to number 12, The Horror Breakfast Club. I mean, seriously, in these films from the 90s through, through almost 2015, horror films in the horror genre were with what I literally call the Breakfast Club. You have all these different people who would never rise together getting into these situations. I mean, you have the jock with the geek, with the prom queen, with the virgin girl. And it was all the same people, just different actors playing them. And I literally picked this up and I kept ramming it down these filmmakers' throats saying, why the hell are you doing the Breakfast Club? Well, that's the rules of slasher films and horror and monster films, is that you have to have these people. And no, you don't. You can have different, you can have a group of geeks together going, deciding to go camping for once. There was this one film. I was a judge for the Martinsville Horror Fest film festival, and best film of the film festival I came up with was a film called Dead Bodies. And this film violated all these made up rules. It blew me away. And it was just this incredible slasher film that everything goes against what these ones say makes a good slasher film. Alrighty, so now we are on to number 13. And this one, I don't even have to give you an example. It's buzz is more important than content. I mean, I know you guys can name a half dozen. Martin probably can name a few films that have been buzz over content. I know Mr. Highland would probably have a list of about 100 movies over the last 3 years. Right, Mr. Highland?
I suppose.
Yeah, I know. It's like what our dear friend Mr. Dean Charles, aka Dr. Blood, would say. I mean, he actually left horror reviewing because he just got so tired of these films are all buzz and they have nothing to them. I am so bored to death. Alrighty, number 14. Who makes the film or who plays the villain is more important than the film itself. I mean, seriously, it's like, oh yes, most of the films have to have Kane Hodder. I mean, I know Mr. Highland absolutely loves Kane Hodder. It's like, oh no, I gotta have my Kane Hodder fix. Mr. Highland. Or, oh yes, I gotta have my Robert Englund fix as well because I have to sit there and watch a nice Freddy movie while eating a pizza. Yeah, Mr. Highland has a. I'm not going to mention it because he'll mention it in his film or in his discussion. I know it. But anyways, yeah, I mean, it's like, oh yeah, well, it's a Benicio del Toro film, it's got to be good because it's Benicio del Toro. Well, you don't know if it's going to be good, just because it's Benicio del Toro. I mean, shit. Everyone thought that The Ward was going to be this fantastic film because it was done by John Carpenter, and The Ward came out and it's like, what the fuck is that? That doesn't even look. Where's the John Carpenter music? Where's the character development? Where's all the stuff that we like about a John Carpenter film? Just because it has John Carpenter's name on it doesn't mean that it's oh yeah, well, we're gonna trick all these people with John Carpenter's name. Or it's like well, as I said, like putting Tony Todd in a film makes it horror gold or something. I've seen a bunch of films with Tony Todd in them where they said, oh yes, it stars the star of Candyman, Tony Todd, in another great horror film, and it's like, watched it and what the hell? Did any of these people go to film school? But yeah, and that's some of the tricks. I mean, some filmmakers will sit there and go, "Oh, well, I got this person from Plan 9 from outer space in my film, so that's important. That'll make the film." No. You have to make a good film before it doesn't matter if you've got Kane Hodder in the film. That's not going to make your film fantastic. The film is going to make itself fantastic, or it's going to make itself a piece of shit. That's just the way it is. And I used to get into fights with people on that too. Yeah. Alrighty, and here's one that really got on my nerves when I was talking to filmmakers on the message boards and stuff. They would sit there, it's like that the tricks in classic horror films can't be used in modern films. Up until the last few years, I kept hearing, "Oh no, those techniques are just for those old black and white pieces of shit." That's what I would hear. "Oh, well, you don't need tension now. Tension doesn't mean shit in a modern film. We need CGI effects in that." No. Recently we started to relearn the tricks of the old classic horror films, and they do work in modern films. And, that just disproves this thing that I hate, was that attitude that, "Oh, well, what we learned from the old films is no use for this stuff." It's like bullshit. Okay, number 16, that you have to show the monster in a monster film. No, you don't. And the fact is that I remember in the 80s when they finally showed the monster, you were going like, "What? What the fuck is that thing?" No, the best way to do a monster film is to show little pieces of a monster. Keep the monster hidden. If your monster is really tacky, you'll get the people all excited and into the film, rather than going, "Oh my god, what the fuck is that monster?" Because I remember a number of films. There was just recently a film that came out. I can't remember. It was called Unnatural, and it was about a killer giant polar bear. And the production did not have the money for CGI. They did an animatronic polar bear that was basically a couple of guys in this polar bear thing, and the way that it ran was just hilarious. I mean, it turned out to be more funny than anything when you see the giant killer polar bear. But they ended up showing this thing all through this movie, and you're going, "Why the fuck are they showing this thing? Why don't they do some cutaways or stuff that really would have improved it?" I mean, it would have been a halfway decent film if they didn't show the damn monster every 5 minutes. There was also another film that I saw a couple years ago called Monster. They had a damn good monster in it, but the thing is that that they showed it every damn time. So it became not scary by the end of the film. There was, it was like, okay, there's a monster. Okay, there's a monster. Okay, there's a monster. I mean, it's like what you said, Martin, in regard to John Carpenter with The Fog. You didn't see the ones until the end, and you didn't really see them there, and that was scary. That was really scary. Yes,
it was scary because you didn't know what it was.
Yeah, exactly. And that's what you need, especially if you're working on a budget. And a lot of these people who are working on micro budgets don't seem to get the message that you can do more with less on it. Now we get to my final thing about what I hate about the horror genre films. That when filmmakers are doing based on real events story, they totally change the story. I mean, seriously, this is really something that they do with these paranormal films. Luckily, we have a few that have been done a lot better, in the last few years here. But I can remember a film that came out, in around 2013 or 2014, called A Haunting in Connecticut. And I read the book that this, the case study on the events for this thing, and it had the potential of being a scary ass film. It was about a family that moves. The son's getting treatments at a hospital, and so his mother has to move him in a house near to where his treatments are. And what she didn't know is that she bought a former mortuary, and the son was. His bedroom was down in the basement where they did the, embalming and stuff. There was actually a section over in the sides where they still had the embalming equipment in that. Well, the thing is that there was a spirit in there and stuff, and it started manipulating the son. Well, they did the movie on this, and all of a sudden they're bringing in, the guy that ran the mortuary was doing his son was channeling spirits and stuff, and they had this thing where when he was channeling spirits, this gunk would come out of his mouth, done in CGI and that. And, at the end, they changed the name of the family. They changed almost practically every incident in this movie. They brought in this guy who was supposed to be a former priest that wasn't even in the story. The original story had one of the great paranormal investigators, John Zaffis, in it, the haunted collector. And this was the one case that he ran out on because there was an instance where the demonic force that was in the house showed itself to him, and he said, like, oh, hell no, and got out of there. But in the movie, what happens is that the house starts coming down and they got dead bodies in the walls and stuff, and just stuff that was not there in it. Nothing in the event or that. One thing I can say about Poltergeist there, Martin, is that they did a fantastic job. Even though it wasn't based on based on a real events type thing, they did their homework, and there was a lot of really good paranormal investigation stuff there. I mean, the way that they handled the ghost hunters and that and all that was just fantastic. I wish they'd do that more in movies, because that was just outstanding. But it's like they totally changed this stuff. I mean, when they did the remake of the Amityville Horror, they totally changed everything in that movie, including the house. They made the house like this big, huge mansion, and it's just horrible. I mean, what ended up happening is, one filmmaker that I really do respect is James Wan, because when he did The Conjuring, after he did The Conjuring, because of the fact that he changed certain things about the story, he stopped doing horror films for a few years, because he felt honestly that he did the family whose story he was trying to tell an injustice. So when he came back to horror and did The Conjuring 2, he strove to do the account based on what happened in the case. And he did just a beautiful job. It was just fantastic. Yes, he added a little bit to it, and that helped create the new Conjuring franchise here with The Nun and all that. But, I have to say that a lot of the stuff that's on my list that I hate about horror genre right now, they're being erased from it now. We are getting a lot more psychological horror films. We're getting a lot more good ghost stories. We're getting we're getting some fantastic monster stories that are really good. They're full of good character development, and you really care. It's just like what you said about the Universal films, that you start really caring about characters and that. I mean, in the Universal, it was that you really cared about the monsters and that. But in the new films, you're really caring about the people. You're making a connection with the characters, and that's what's important, because if you connect with the characters when they're when they're scared, when they've been killed or that, it affects you. And that's the way to make really good scary horror. Alrighty, so that is my list about what I hate about the horror genre. What did you guys think?
Valid.
Yeah, go ahead, Christopher. I'll jump in after you talk.
Oh, I just wanted to say it's valid.
Yeah.
Yeah, we have a lot of stuff in the beginning where they overlap completely.
Yeah,
So I'm right there with you on all those things.
yeah, I was, yes, I love the slashers era, but the thing is that horror needed to advance, and the slasher era lasted a little bit too long, in my opinion. It really needed, I mean, thankfully we went into torture porn, and then we went into the POV films and that. And now because of the POVs, because of the fact that people doing those started to re find tension, and that it's made horror that much better. Alrighty, so now I am going to get into my list of films that actually scared me. Now,
Good, I brought one of those with too.
Yeah, from when I was a kid. I'm going to start out with the ones that when I started out as a kid. There was a film called Black Sunday that was done by Mario Brava. And that film, first time I saw it, was at my grandma's house in the middle of the night, and, late night television. And for some reason, nowadays, now I watch this film. It's also called Mask of Satan. But that film scared me, and I wasn't able to sleep the entire night. I just had this feeling like something was going to jump out at me. And I just don't get why this film scared me so bad. I mean, it was a vampire, it was about a vampire, and that, and this one with this mask, and the thing is that the woman was a witch. And what happens is that she uses the blood from this professor to bring herself back, because she started out as a corpse, and this professor goes and cuts his hand, and the blood falls on her face, on the mask, and it dribbles onto her face, which is underneath this mask, which is full of these spikes that's going through her face. And so the thing is that this brings her back, and she goes and tries to take over her twin, who is this young woman that lives in this castle. Anyways, yeah, that one, it was an old black and white one. Highly recommended. It's a really cool Mario Brava film. Second film that I'm going to talk about on this actually came out a couple of years later, also by Mario Brava. And it was an anthology called Black Sabbath. And the wraparound on that was done by Boris Karloff. And there is just one segment in this anthology that freaked the shit out of me. Unfortunately, the segments are known in, they're written in Italian, so I couldn't get the name of the story. But basically the segment was about a woman that steals a ring from a medium's corpse. And the thing is, what ends up happening is the corpse comes back and goes after the woman to get the ring back, and the woman ends up at the end, she dies of fright. But Brava did just this incredible piece of work with it, because what he did is he used a dummy with just this horribly distorted, horribly ugly ass mask on, and this thing with the staring eyes, and when the body comes out, it's got these, its arms are out and it's like it's floating towards her, and you just see this mask, this face that's just a mask, and it's just coming at her, and it just freaked the shit out of me. Then there's this film from the 1950s that I watched, which was called The Screaming Skull. And it's about this man who marries this woman after his wife commits suicide. And the new wife keeps seeing things. She keeps seeing this skull. And there's this one scene where it's supposedly the ghost of the dead wife, and it's this skull, and it's wearing a dress, and it's coming after her, and it's just, whoa, shit. That movie scared me as a kid. It doesn't now, which is funny. I'm so cultured in horror now that the stuff that scared me as a kid doesn't scare me anymore. The next one, of course, is one that you mentioned, and it's one that I would say that would be on every cultured horror fan's list, and that is The Haunting.
Yay!
Yeah. That film scared the hell out of me because you don't see anything except for that one scene with the door that was breathing. Yeah, it wasn't so much that the thing was beating it in and out. The door was actually breathing, and you could hear and that was the only thing that they showed, really spooky thing. It was all sound. It was all atmosphere. And that movie just scared the flipping crap out of me. And later on, years later, I'd see another film, which was an adaptation of Richard Matheson's Hell House, which was called The Legend of Hell House. Same thing. They used the same style with it. It was about a group of paranormal investigators going to this house called the Belasco House, which was supposedly the most haunted house in England. And, they're trying to figure out the secret of the Belasco House, and it was all sound and stuff. There wasn't a lot of visual on it, and it was fantastic. But it didn't scare me because I was a lot older when I saw it. I mean, for me, The Haunting was the one that scared the crap out of me. Now, this is one that Mr. Highland's going to appreciate because it's the original Tales from the Crypt movie. That was the English production. from the early 70s. And they had a segment with Peter Cushing in it called Poetic Justice. And it was about this man that was jealous of this other guy who was played by Peter Cushing. And he was an old man and he was loved by the children and stuff. And this guy wanted this guy's house. So what he did is he started putting out rumors about this guy being a pedo and stuff, and just isolating this man. He didn't have the children anymore. He didn't have anyone. He was alone, and he hung himself. So what ends up happening is this guy goes and he buys up his house, and it's Valentine's Day. And Peter Cushing's character returns from the grave. And it's almost like Creep Show, Father's Day, where Peter Cushing's character comes up from the ground. And it's been a year since he died. So he's pretty well, corpse. And they did just this incredible makeup work on it. It was very simple. I found out what they did. And they used women's stockings. And they put them up over his eyes and did the makeup around this. And it looked like he didn't have any eyes. And he looked like this, just corpse. And you see him and he's walking from the graveyard, and he ends up at the house. And the guy's looking up and he sees him standing there and he screams. And the next morning, this guy's friend comes to see him and he finds him dead. And he finds this Valentine sitting there, and he opens the Valentine, and there's the guy's heart on there. And written in this Valentine is, "You were wrong to me, so now you have no heart." Man, that movie was that was good. That one scared me when I was a kid. I just couldn't, it freaked me out for days. Here's another one that Mr. Highland will love. It's The Twilight Zone, the pilot film. And it was the first story. And it was one about this guy who goes and he kills his uncle to get his riches and his money. And the thing is that in the living room of the manor that he lives, that he's in, there's this painting of the house, and in the background is the graveyard. Well, the painting starts changing, and you see like the guy coming out of the grave, and you see him walking, you see him walking to the house, and you see him knocking at the door. And the guy gets so afraid that he ends up having a heart attack.
Are you sure that wasn't Night Gallery?
Yeah, it's Night Gallery. That's what I meant. The pilot film for Night Gallery. Yeah, you like that one too, huh?
I like that series, yeah, and I like that it was based around art, being an artist myself. But yeah, anything with that Sirlin did is just amazing. Wish he had more control over that show.
Yeah, that was the first story. It was the one with Roddy McDowall in it, and Roddy just he delivers on
He's
that
perfect
one.
for that stuff, absolutely. And Legend of Hell House too. He's in that.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was wondering if he was in that. Pamela Franklin was in that too, right? Legend of Hell House.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, I when you mentioned no ghosts, they don't see anything in The Haunting. If there's one shot and it's repeated, they show it, and then it's played backwards. But it's before one of the ghost attacks. It might be the one with Theo and Eleanor, or the one with everybody in the library with the door thing. But it starts with an outdoor shot of the sky with that tower of Hell House or Hill House. And if you look in the sky, there's like a ghost moving towards the tower in the sky.
Really?
And then when that sequence is done, it's moving back the way it came. And it's kind of almost like it's not cartoony, but it's kind of like a Casper ghost, like somebody in a sheet kind of thing. But,
okay.
Yeah.
Yeah,
and
I didn't even notice that. And
Robert Wise is a genius at that stuff. He filmed The Haunting, the exterior shots in infrared sensitive film, because the lighting just did this weird thing. And he would have his wife go up into the house to some far off room in the corner, and then she would like peek her head in and out. And if you look closely, you can see this face peeking in the shots of the house. It's freaky. But that film is genius. The way the art direction, the photography, the mood, the close-ups, the like you say, the sound and the lighting is just that. I tell filmmakers that study that film. If you want to make horror films, here's how you can make one without showing anything. Because if you can scare the crap out of people by a turning doorknob, okay, that's not a special effect. That's not even a practical effect. That's somebody turning a damn doorknob. It couldn't be cheaper, and the sound of breathing, or just the way people are tensing up. But it's got to be done right. Of course, they had an amazing cast in that film. But yeah, good selection.
Yeah, definitely.
And I could never make it past the beginning of Black Sunday with Barbara Steele when I was a kid. The door thing with the poke holes, was that it? Yeah. It's too much for me.
Yeah, well, I've watched the entire thing, and oh man, that is a good film. Alrighty, so here's my next one, which most every horror fan loves. It's a TV movie, Trilogy of Terror, and specifically, the final story, which I can't remember the title of it in there because it's all women's names in it, but it was an adaptation of Richard Matheson's short story Prey, and it was the one about he who kills, the Zuni doll. That scared the crap out of me. I mean, here all it is it's a doll that they have running around, had someone off camera running it around and stuff.
Oh, that wasn't stop motion animation?
No, it wasn't. And the thing is, they just had a little thing that made his arm go up and down. And, it going, ay, 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 ay.
Wait, was it Karen Black that he was chasing?
Yeah.
He did have a little knife. Yeah. I think it's Karen Black that's like running through the house screaming.
Yeah,
the doll's chasing
exactly. Him. And that is just, that scared the crap out of me. You know, it started me getting scared of dolls there for a little while. But you know, I got over it, and you know, they did another one on it, which was Trilogy of Terror 2. They did that in, I think, about 1998. And they brought back He Who Kills in that one, and that one also startled the shit out of me. That one was good. Yeah, the story in that one was called He Who Kills. Alrighty. So here are 3 films that scared me when I was an adult, believe it or not. You know, I mean, you're talking a fully cultured horror fan, and these films startled the shit out of me, and they bothered me for days after. Okay, first one is called One Dark Night. And it was one about the supposedly a psychic dies, an incredibly strong psychic, and he's entombed in this big area where they have all the bodies. And the thing is that 3 girls decide that they're going to spend the night in this place, not knowing that the psychic Valdemar is interred here. And Valdemar starts using his psychic powers and breaking open the grave things, and bringing out the coffins, and using the dead bodies as puppets and having them going all over this place. Now these poor girls are locked in, and they're seeing these bodies floating at them. It was kind of similar. I had a similar reaction to that segment from Black Sabbath. It was like, oh my God, it's happening again. But these bodies in this movie, they looked like the real thing. And you saw them, they had their arms out and stuff, and you're seeing these things coming after these girls. And there's this one scene where Valdemar hits them from both sides, and this one black girl is just caught with about 20 of these bodies pushing up against her, and she's trying to push them away, and her hand goes right through these things, and she pulls it back, and it's just full of maggots and stuff. And oh my God, I had nightmares for weeks after watching that film. Very easy effects, though. They were just these mannequins on rope, on wire, just being pulled around this thing. Simple effect.
No, I thought they were real bodies.
No, they weren't.
Okay.
They weren't real bodies, but the special effects people were just so good at their work that it looked like it was a real body. Alrighty, so next one is Wes Craven presents They. Now, this film is about trans-dimensional creatures that are harvesting humans. And the thing is, they come from a dark dimension, so they can only attack a person in the dark. So when they attack in this film, the lights go out. And these things, I swear to you, the person who came up with this was genius, because these things were fast. You didn't know where any of these things were coming from, and it was just like boom, 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 grabbing people, dragging them, hitting them again, and just dragging them around and stuff. Fantastic.
Do they show the monsters?
Very, very quick.
Okay, so it follows with your monster policy.
Yeah.
Good.
Yeah, because you don't really see them until the end.
Okay.
And you only see them from the back because this character is stuck in the other universe and looking out through the doorway of it, and you see these things breathing in the background, and they're on the ground, and they're like these creatures that are walking on all fours, and they were just scary as shit. And I mean, seriously, it freaked me out. I usually sleep with the light on, but I was actually sleeping with 2 lights on for a few days because I was so bothered by it. And what gets me is a year later, they come out with this next film that freaked me out. And it freaked me out for almost the same reason. They used the same idea on me. It was a film called Darkness Falls. And it was about this ghost of this woman that they nicknamed God damn. Tooth Fairy. And it's about this woman who is burned, and her face is destroyed, and she has to wear this mask over her face. And the thing is that she used to get the teeth from the children, and she would give them coins. Well, the thing is that the town ends up, they burn her as a witch. And this is in more modern times than this is in Victorian times. And so the thing is that this spirit goes after kids who do not, who have their teeth. They're getting rid of their teeth, and they don't put it under their pillow, or they see her when they, when she goes to get their teeth. And so the main character of the story is this guy who, when he was a little kid, he did put his teeth underneath his pillow, but he got scared. He was still awake, and he peeks, and he sees the Tooth Fairy. But she goes after him, and he ends up getting into the bathroom and turning the light on. so she couldn't get him. And so the main character is this guy, and he is afraid of the dark. He spends every night of his life with the lights on. And he finds out about this little kid who's going through the same thing as him. And so he ends up having to deal with the Tooth Fairy. And the way that they do the Tooth Fairy, she is fast. She's just coming at you like boom, boom. You basically you see just this dress going flying. You know, it's really, really fast. And it's not until the end of the film that you actually see her full on. And, you know, her mask falls off and you see her face and that, and she's flying in the air, and they use light and destroy her. But man, that film scared the crap out of me. Alrighty, so, and it appears that our fourth member of the panel is here.
That's me.
Oh,
Would that be me?
Yeah,
That'd
I
be
heard a
Tom.
new voice.
Tom Sullivan.
Yeah, Eric. Yeah, Eric, hold on one second. Party here. I need to excuse myself because I had only set aside a certain amount of time for the call. So, but I really apologize about this. I had texted Christopher, and he said maybe we can schedule time to do another half or another piece of it or something. I apologize. I have to get to a family thing. I know it's late, but I had put like all this time aside, and we went a little long. So I apologize.
Oh, no problem.
I understand.
So I don't know if you. No, and I was interested in what the new guy had to say. Hi, new guy.
Hi.
Hi.
This is an interesting talk.
Yeah, no, it's a fantastically interesting talk. I'm sorry I have to go, but Chris, we can talk tomorrow or something if you want to set up extra time, or you and I can talk. However you guys want to handle it. But
Okay.
I just have to go. So,
Okay, no problem.
I'm sorry about that. Okay. So I'll reach out tomorrow. Okay, and we can figure something out.
Okay.
Okay,
All
good
right.
deal.
Thanks, guys. I appreciate
Okay.
it. And once again, I really do apologize.
No problem.
Okay.
I
All right.
understand.
Thanks. Okay. Bye.
Talk to you later.
Alrighty.
Okay, bye. Eric,
Alrighty.
I think we should take this opportunity to give ourselves a break. And
Okay, no problem.
including our listeners.
I was thinking that myself.
Yes.
But anyways, any comments, Mr. Highland or Tom, on what you got to hear on my list?
Oh, I completely agree with the films that we've both seen, and then you've introduced me to a bunch of new ones. I'm not that familiar with the early Mario stuff, but I've got some, but I've got to watch them all again. It's just been like since the like the 80s on VHS that I've seen these things, and I can barely remember them. But and I know my tastes weren't as open back then. But horror films scare the crap out of me. So I'm actually more of a Disney Harryhausen guy, but.
Okay.
But films definitely had an effect on me, and I still try to watch everything I can. But yeah, but it's been a nice little blast down memory lane.
Okay. How about you, Mr. Highland? Any comments on that? On my list?
No.
Okay. Alrighty. So we are going to take a short music break, and when we get back, we'll have Tom's list, and then we'll have Mr. Highland.
Whoa! Wait a minute. I think we should schedule time so Marty can join us because I want him to hear what I have to say.
Oh, really?
Yes, really.
Okay. Well, what do you want us to do the? I'll do the music break. We can get Tom's list, and then we can just close, and we'll edit in the additional Marty stuff later on.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Okay. Alrighty. So, yes, Tom.
Works for me. I'm here in Michigan, so I'm 3 hours later.
Yeah, I noticed that. Alrighty. Here we go. So, enjoy the music break, and when we get back, Tom will be doing his list. Alrighty. Catch you in a little bit.
See these eyes so green, I can't stare
My doctor called in a prescription?
Yes.
You're not Greg.
I'm sort of Greg. We're both over 50 years old. We both used to own a Pontiac Aztec. We both have a lot of experience with drugs. Sorry, pharmaceuticals. So, say my name.
Sort of Greg.
That's right.
That's not my prescription.
It's sort of your prescription.
Mm-mm.
Yes, it is.
No.
Take it.
No.
Take it.
No.
Take it.
No.
Take it. You'll thank me later.
Sorta You isn't you. Esurance helps make sure you only pay for what's right for you, not someone sorta like you. Esurance, backed by Allstate.
Hello, my she-devils and demons. This is Nurse Hatchet, she-wolf of the Wolf Pack.
Alrighty, so that was our music break. I know Mr. Highland's gonna appreciate it because he was the one that chose the song for the music break.
No, I chose one of them.
Yeah, you chose the song for the music break. We only have one song.
Oh, I thought you had two.
Yeah, well, you made me decide not to have that. Plus, anyways, we needed the extra time.
Okay.
All right. So, are we? Are you there, Tom?
Yeah, I'm still here.
Alrighty, so since you came late in the game, Mr. Highland needs to introduce you to the...
Yes, listeners, I would like to introduce to the show Mr. Tom Sullivan, makeup artist extraordinaire of the Evil Dead movies and also The Fly 2, and I'm sure there are other titles that I'm not unaware of.
I've actually done some acting too. Go figure.
Oh.
Yeah, I was in a film with Ellen Sandweiss called The Dread, which sadly I made it on Netflix for a short time, but that's about it. I don't think you could even get a DVD of it.
Oh.
Oh, that sucks.
And some other, little indie things that are a lot of fun. There's something for Mike Watt. He's great.
Yeah, I know. I did my little starring monologue on an indie film myself.
It's good to help the troops.
So yeah, I do have to compliment you on Fly 2. That was fantastic work.
I was part of an amazing team at Chris Whaley Studios, and in Marin County, and it was really cool because the crew there, when they weren't working with Chris, they were working over at IOM, and so there was a lot of buzz. Like at the same time we were working on that, they were in the middle of Roger Rabbit, so we're getting all the scoop on Roger. Oh yeah, he runs out of the elevator and he's floating in there like the coyote and the Roadrunner things, and just getting all these little scoops of it. It was really cool.
Yes,
and working with flight artists too was always a rush.
Yeah, that was really some great work. I mean, I loved how you guys redesigned the fly creature itself too.
Well, it was a new thing. The way it, he was a mutation from, he wasn't created through the transmatter device, whatever, the teleporter. He was a mutation, and it was from his father's exploits. So it was a whole new thing. The head of the shop was John Berg, who was the stop motion director for Empire Strikes Back. Did the Hoth sequence with Phil Tippett, Those guys designed all that stuff, and the Tauntauns and all that cool stuff. The Go Motion, the Dragon Slayer. Boy, they both worked on that. But that was really cool.
Yeah,
it was really
definitely.
neat to meet John. He's a hero of mine.
All right. So yeah, we're all excited to hear your take on it. Definitely, we had.
Well, what category do you want first?
Oh well, what?
Well, we're starting. We're all doing the list of things that we don't like about horror films first.
Oh, okay. Wait, well, I first of all, let me just get my pet peeves of movie making out of the way. There's just things I hate. Number one, not closing doors. Drives me fucking nuts. The guy is in the jail cell, knocks out a guard, leaves the guard out in the middle of the hall, won't close his jail cell. Could pull the guard into the cell, lock it up so the guy checking next will at least look normal, you know? No, it doesn't do that. That kind of thing. Another one is hair acting. People who, when they react to things, grab their hair. I just drives me nuts. Gosh, what else is there? My friends and I watching movies, and we see these things come up. Somebody will say, oh, this is stupid. Why'd they do that? Why, you yell out for help. You run at least. That kind of thing. But there's a threat, run. And then we have to remind each other, you forgot to take your stupid pill. If you're thinking faster than the film, that's just bad filmmaking. When you scream it at the audience, with the exception of Sam Raimi, he did that on purpose in like Evil Dead, where he wants you to go, Ash, don't go in there, you idiot. You went in there. That guy, his idea was to torture the audience. But lesser talents just falling into these traps, these cliches, these things. It's happening because the director wants it to happen, not because it has any kind of organic or natural feel to it. And that's tough to do, And really good films like that, horror films, need really good actors. But I'm also just, the slasher thing never caught on with me. I'm just sick of women being victims, and of course then we go through the thing, well then there's the Jamie Lee Curtis, and she's, gonna fight up against it, and then it turns into, well, now we've got teams of women, which is great. I love all that, and but we're just kind of going through the cycle, and I'm not sure where it goes next. But you had mentioned, or somebody mentioned, like psychological aspects of horror films rather than dealing with VFX and all that, and you also mentioned The Haunting, one of my favorite films. And I recommend every horror wannabe director watch that, because if you can scare people with just good writing and setting up these dramatic events that play out properly, and to me, The Haunting is the Citizen Kane of horror films. All the language, the grammar of horror, it's all in there, from boo scares. And there's a really good one when Eleanor goes to the top of the winding stairs in the library, and the trap door opens, and it's Lois Maxwell, the professor's wife. She'd been lost in the house, and it's terrifying. I mean, it freaked me out when I was a kid, and that kind of stuff is really good. But then also that film is really terrific just for sustaining tension. From the moment they get there in the haunted house, they meet that creepy the cook of the house, or the cleaning lady, or whatever. No one can hear you scream in the night in the woods. No one will hear and come to help in the night. So it's in the dark. It's just okay. It's what you do for everybody, and this is the way it builds up, and then you've got the these characters. The same thing with the parapsychologist Richard Johnson, who I had the honor of meeting at a Cinema Wasteland a couple years ago, and he brings in these hope for a larger group of people that had psychic connections, and then of course you get in Russ Tamblyn, who represents the owners of the house, just to make sure nobody's stealing the forks or whatever, and so he's kind of like the audience member going along, that doesn't believe, and that's essential. You always need the member who is representing the audience in the film. Like in Aliens, it's Bill Paxton, the guy who knows exactly what is going on, and they're all screwed. They're going to die horrible deaths. Game over, man. We're fucked, man, and you can't do that if you're a soldier, but the audience is thinking that somebody's got to verbalize that. And, as much fun as you can have with cliches if you're doing it deliberately, that era should have died with the 80s, and that's pretty much it. I'm trying to think of some films that really failed that were horror films. There was one about a mutant bear that was just dreadful. It was by Friedkin or something? What was it?
I think you're referring to The Prophecy.
Yeah, that's it, The Prophecy. And I just, for some reason, could not get into that. And I really wanted to like it, which is what disappointed me.
Which prophecy are we talking about? The one about the angel, or the one about the killer mutant bear?
That one. Killer mutant bear, yeah.
Oh, okay. That one. Yeah, I know. I saw that in the theater, and I totally forgot it afterwards. It just didn't.
I was hoping, this is the era of practical effects, and I'm hoping for at least a great practical effect, and it kind of looked like a big lump of ick.
Yeah.
And it didn't move cool or anything, and seemed kind of limited and all that. But and it also didn't provide any thrill, any tension for me. And oh well, because you're feeling sort of more sympathy for this poor thing because it's suffering, because humans got to screw up everything. But
yeah. Boy. I mean, it's just like that film I mentioned, Unnatural, where they had the mechanical polar bear, giant polar bear thing. Oh my God, that thing was just, it would have been worse if they did the CGI. So there was no saving that, unless of course they had done the smart thing and actually not show the bear, just show little pieces of the bear. But
and the damage it does, the ferocity and all that. Just there's ways of getting that across, with blood splats or claws flipping quickly through the air and body parts, flipping, whatever it is. But you've got to deliver something, but you don't necessarily have to show it. What it does is just as impactful as what the creature looks like. And of course, the
pretty much
alien master understood that easily. That our terrified little minds will fill in the worst possible things that no artist can come up with. Except for apparently H.R. Giger, who just genius.
Oh yeah.
It's almost like without him, why don't make the movie? You needed something completely
alien,
familiar yet disturbing, and he was perfect at that.
Yeah, very much so. I mean, Oh, go for it.
That's pretty much my list on things I hate about horror films.
Okay.
What's the next one?
It's movies that scared you as a child. Well, scared you.
Okay. Well, as a child, and like the Haunting is the big one, but I remember, some evening my parents. It was like a Friday night, and I have a brother and sister. Sister's a year older, and my brother a year younger, and we're like 9, 10, 11, something like that. And we had a babysitter, and Mom and Dad were going to be back at like 1:30 or something, going to a party. And so we had the babysitter, and at 10 o'clock they were going to show House on Haunted Hill. And we weren't supposed to watch it, but we talked the babysitter into letting us see it. This is the one with Vincent Price. And we made it to the part where they're in the basement, and that kind of witch on a skateboard comes out.
Yeah.
It's like a boo scare. That flipped us off. I got up. We screamed. We turned off the TV. That's it. Good night. Go to bed. So like 10:30, we're out of there. I think we were even in bed early, and of course none of us could sleep. That kind of thing. I love that. But daunted by, terrified by these things, you're drawn to them. I remember watching The Birds in my youth, and when that hit TV, and Psycho a little later, just because that was on late. But I had a great mom who'd let me, who loved movies growing up, and knew all the actors' names, and so that became important to me, is to, memorize even the supporting character names, the actors. And I love all those guys. I love Turner Classic Films. I'm hooked to it. And but all that. So, there was a great Dad when I was like 5. I couldn't have been more than 5 or 6. My dad took me and my brother to go see The Magic Sword with Gary Lockwood and Basil Rathbone, and it's a Burt Gordon film, and it's terrific. Somebody should remake it. It's like got as exciting a plot as King Kong, and the idea is this young man, George, his mother is a witch, a wizardress, and he's about to turn 16, 18, I think it's 18, and so she's got all these gifts, and one of them is 7 stone shields, each with the image of a famous knight from a different land: Germany, France, Japan, all around, Ireland, and then there's a sword, and the sword can conquer pretty much anything and open any door, and then there's this big beautiful white horse, and that is the fastest thing, and Mom's also got this water pool out in the forest, and when you look into the water pool, you can see who you dream of, who you're in love with. And so what he does is he's watching the local princess as she's bathing naked. And I got to meet Gary Lockwood, and I told him how much I love that film, and it was one of those things that I kind of like to forget about, I guess. But I said, and he was there with Keir Dullea. They were, both in 2001 together. It was at a convention. And Keir was listening, and I'm going, yeah, George invented internet porn. That's kind of funny. And anyway, but it's got these great horror moments in it. It turns out that the princess gets kidnapped by Basil Rathbone, Mordok, the magician, something like that, and he's going to kill her, let a dragon, a fire-breathing dragon, eat her in 7 days. And so Jack wants his gifts early because he could use those things to, rescue the princess. But she won't let him, so he has her go into the basement, and then he takes the sword and and it closes the door. She's sealed in the basement, and then he finds, when he waves the sword, the seven shields with the images of the knights on them all turn into the knights. So suddenly he's got 7 highly trained soldiers, and then he's got the sword and all that. So they all go to the castle and they talk to the king, and it turns out that Mordrak, the Basil Rathbone wizard, has Liam Sullivan, the main knight back in the kingdom, and he's actually had a plan with Mordrak, the evil knight, to help him take over the kingdom, give Mordrak the kingdom, and then what's his name can have the girl. The knight can have the girl, and so he's like the traitor in this. And so both groups, the knight, Liam Sullivan, and the George and his guys go off after this. But there are 7 curses, and which, when you think about it, well, if there's 7 curses and you lose an average of 1 night a curse, George will make it, which is just pretty much what happens. But there's like an ogre that's like 15, 20 feet tall. That's really cool. It's a guy in a big monkey suit, but it's really cool. It's not a monkey suit. It's better than that. And but at one point, 2 of the guys go up to this ridge and are burnt by the sun. It's not really explained, but the way when they come back, their bodies are so burnt and they're screaming, "Go away, go away." It was terrifying as a kid. Then George and the Irish guy get stuck in a cave and it gets sealed off, and these ghost faces come after them. Superimposed scary ghost faces. Terrified me. Just get me out of that cave. Which eventually the magic had been shut off on the sword, but it gets restored in time to save George. Although the Irish guy is one of the casualties. And then later, the French, a Frenchman who's made it almost to the end, meets a beautiful French girl, and which is odd because he's in a different land. But he revokes her home, and as he turns to kiss her, she's turned into this mutant evil hag thing, and kills him. And but these are really good scares. And if you ever get a chance to see, it's still available. It's a riot. It really delivers. It's got a dragon. George gets kidnapped. It gets captured at the end, of course, and then the castle has all these little people in like 3 or 4 inch tall, tiny little people, and they escape and help George get his sword back. They built some 40-foot long sword these little guys could carry, and then they cut his bonds, and then he gets out and kills the dragon. And the dragon's like a 3 or 4 foot tall animatronic thing. This is like 1961 or 2. And but it breathes flame, and they did it forced perspective shots to make it look like it's attacking George. It works really good. Burt Gordon films always delivered. They delivered fun stories, and the effects always delivered. And he should be appreciated even more, Mr. Big. But those are a couple of those films. Alien blew my mind as a horror thing, just because you don't know where this is going. We're in a whole new territory here. What Dan O'Bannon and Ridley Scott came up with, and the amazing designers in that film, is just groundbreaking. Goes to 2001 meets something else. It was beautiful. I remember the Dawn of the Dead. I had met Sam Raimi. This is 77, 78, something like that, and maybe early 79. And we know we're going to be putting together Book of the Dead to be called Evil Dead later, and so we're trying to get into running gear with all this, and one of the assignments was, I needed to watch more horror films, like from a different point of view, from a filmmaker's point of view, and an effects guy's point of view, and see what works. Because I knew we weren't going to have any money on this stuff, and I hadn't seen Night of the Living Dead. It just seemed terrifying to me. I remember reading a article in, I don't know, like whenever that came out, 65 was it, in Reader's Digest, and the article was from like a state representative, and she had dropped her young teenage daughter off to see Night of the Living Dead, and when she picked her up, 2 hours later, the girl was like traumatized. And so this woman was going to warn America about this movie, and okay, fine, I can avoid that. I didn't even see Bond films until like Goldfinger came out because I thought they were going to be too violent. That was me, And but when I Dawn of the Dead came out, I hadn't seen Night of the Living Dead. But so I went and saw Dawn of the Dead. Didn't know anything about what the front. I'd heard about the golden reel, but I wasn't sure what that meant. That's from a reference from Night of the Living Dead. So I go into Dawn of the Dead, and it starts out, and the shit's already hit the fan. And these cops are surrounding. Police team is surrounding a building, and they go into the building, and they're all so pumped up on adrenaline, they're killing everybody. It does, it's. And that flipped me out. That was it was weird going into a movie. It's about zombies, and as soon as it starts out, the humans are more terrifying than the zombies. That really got to me. And in fact, I'm thinking I don't know if I want to sit through 2 hours of this, and but I stuck with it. And then the group from the television station take off in the helicopter, and they land and to refuel and find some supplies and food and stuff. And at that point, a zombie climbs up over some boxes near the helicopter, and the blades shave off the top of his head. The zombie is played by Jim Crute, and I've had the pleasure of meeting him a couple of times, and I've told him the story. And it was that point when we're laughing at the zombie with the flat top that I got it. That this is kind of, a satire, and it's not going to beat you up. It's, it's doing something else. And then of course they move on to the mall, and sure enough, this is a social satire. It's about consumerism and apathy and just the that blah. That didn't Carter call it blasé? What was it? This idea of just nobody getting involved with stuff.
I think you mean malaise.
Malaise, yeah, that's it. Yeah, and the idea that, our culture has changed, so now we revolve around malls, at least for a little while longer. And then you kind of like these characters, and you see how it's going through, and you follow the curve of their success. And then, of course, eventually somebody else has the idea that a mall might be a good place to hole up because it's as close to a castle as you can get, right? Plus, you've got, usually parking lots all around it for a defensive area, although that doesn't seem to work out to their advantage. But, it's just this great film. But, boy, the opening of that freaked me out. And then there's Jaws, which, holy crap, that's a masterpiece in horror. Saw it in the theater when it came out, and I grew up with parents who always had a pool. And I swear from then on, swimming in a pool in Michigan freaked me out. You're just waiting for something to brush your feet, It's just amazing how that happened. And then it's just so well done. And again, you don't show the monster, You save it for the very end and just peeks up and blow its head off. And more reason, and also war films scared me, but that's kind of a different genre. Excuse me. And most recently, one that really got to me was Bone Tomahawk with Kurt Russell. Holy cow! You guys see that one? It's
Yes.
a Western, and with the kind of troglodyte Indians that are just on another plane of existence that doesn't, see us as an advantage, just food. And that was trippy. That was definitely trippy and terrifying, where you just kind of go into this rabbit hole of how dark is this going to get, and it gets there.
Oh yeah.
Well, that concludes that list.
Okay. Of course, this is the first list is the list about I don't like about the horror genre. Okay, number 1, overemphasis of stereotypes. Now I know that the rest of you mentioned this, but I'll go into it in my own way. Characters, plot, marketing to teens more than adults. Now, I've noticed that in the 80s, more often than any other decade, horror films were marketed to teenagers more than adults and even children. And that's why they were the way that they were.
Yeah.
Also, I wanted to state that Jaws was, I would say, marketed to adults, as well as Poltergeist, wouldn't you say?
Yes.
Yes, and this comes right from the man, the Poltergeist man here. Yes, indeed. Yeah, I guess so. Definitely.
Okay.
Yeah, Poltergeist was made for adults, I think. Is that your point?
Yeah, even though it centers around 2 children, which is interesting.
Yeah, the children have very little to do with it. One of them vanishes into the TV, and the other one gets sent away to his grandmother's halfway through. So.
Yeah. Well, Carol Ann's a great little MacGuffin. So.
Yeah. And he actually, and the boy actually almost gets eaten by a tree. So
and a tree, and a clown almost kills him. And
oh, I love that clown.
But it's aimed at adults. I mean, the pot smoking and the sort of a lot of the jokes are jokes only adults would get.
Yeah, it's definitely got the adult point of view that you're seeing it from.
Yeah, definitely.
The loss of children,
and the remake,
the adult
definitely.
responsibility, the corrupt boss, all that stuff.
Yeah, and with films aimed at teenagers, you don't really get that, especially in the 80s.
Oh yeah, you hardly ever see any adults in teeny films.
Usually no. Okay, number 2, predictable writing. Fans sleepwalking through formulaic plots. One thing I want to say about this is that one thing people wouldn't expect with horror films is if they were to start with the villain winning and moving on from there.
Yeah. Seriously.
I'm sure that hasn't been done before, and it should be.
Wait, can you explain that again, Christopher? I'm trying to figure that out.
Well, let's see, how can I put this? Say you have the normal plot of a movie where the villain loses, but let's say the villain wins, and just start with that ending and move on from there.
Okay.
Yeah. Are you talking about, say, like you start out the film with where you see the villain win, and then the rest of the film is what came up to the villain winning, kind of jumping backwards?
No.
Because I've seen films like that.
Do you have an example of a film where that's happening?
No.
No, not really. I've seen films where you start out in one spot that's just about to the conclusion of the film. And then the thing is, what you do is it jumps backwards and you see the events leading up to that point.
Oh, I get it. Sure. Yeah.
I've seen that.
Yeah, it's a device in all kinds of
neat way.
dramas, spy things, you name it.
Yeah. Originally, John Carpenter was going to, or not John Carpenter, Tobe Hooper was going to do that with his remake of Invaders from Mars. He was going to do it that way. Was going to do a jump back and a lead up.
Sometimes I wonder if that device is after a screening or the editing process, and they go, it doesn't really start the action until like a half hour in. Maybe we should start with something to hook them,
Yes.
and then do the flashback, as it were. And then sometimes they in the middle of the film is where you pick it up again, and so you've still got the third act to wrap everything up.
Yeah, that kind of device actually works really good. I've seen a few of them, some art house films and that do that, but not excessively. No, it's kind of a rare thing. But Mr. Highland was actually, I think what he was saying was that you wanted to start out the movie with the killer winning on winning, and then go off from that point where he's killed somebody and he's won against a final girl or something. Didn't they do that with Jason Goes to Hell though? Jason was defeated.
No, that's not.
No. Okay. Yeah. See, Mr. Highland, you need to do a screenplay and do that, and then get a film made, because that would be unique then.
I know there are at least a few horror movies that I know that originally had downbeat endings. The Gate, for example, which I'll remember, which I'll mention later on.
Okay.
Okay, number 3, unnecessary sequels. Jaws, the sequel to Jaws, Poltergeist 3, and a little side note, studios not anticipating losses and grosses. Let's see, how am I going to go through this? Well, one thing I want to say, I haven't seen the Jaws sequels in their entirety.
You missed out on the masterpiece that is Jaws 5: The Revenge.
4.
I don't think you ever got that far, did they?
Jaws 4. Okay, Jaws 4: The Revenge. With the shark going to get revenge on the family. Oh my God.
With Michael Caine, right?
Yes.
Yes.
He enjoyed that film because it bought him a house.
Yes.
Yeah, but it's also the movie that he couldn't accept his Oscar for because he was shooting on location. And after
the Oscar
30
for
years,
the Oscar for Hannah and her sisters.
Yes, the Hannah and her sisters
really?
Oscar. He couldn't be there to accept it because he was shooting the Jaws movie.
Oh my God!
The irony. The irony of it all.
Yeah. And sequels we don't need. Highlander Endgame and Highlander The Source. No, get rid of those. Hate those
Agreed.
ones.
Well, the only good thing that came.
Christopher,
Yes?
may I ask you a question about that point? Because this is really, I have to say, guys, this is really fun talking to 3 other total film buffs about stuff like this. So I hope you don't mind us jumping in and asking questions, but it's like so cool to be doing this. Can you name, say, a second or a third sequel that was actually worth it? And this isn't a game. I just want to know if you know of one that you like, where you thought maybe one of the sequels was better than the original.
Well, better than the original.
Or at least I worked on Evil Dead. Evil Dead 2 and 3 are usually in competition for their favorites, for people's
Evil
favorites.
Dead 2 is better than the original.
Yeah, and Evil Dead 3 was definitely interesting because it went totally against the sequel idea because it was just totally different than the regular Evil Dead. I mean, it was almost was
time travel,
fantasy instead of horror.
Right.
Ironically, the Evil Dead franchise and the first 3 Hellraiser movies I saw out of order. Saw them backwards.
Oh, great.
And oddly enough, it didn't detract from the narrative.
Uh-huh.
Gate 2, you were going to talk about Gate a little later. Well, I always say my comment about Gate for that, but I like Gate 2, but it's not as strong as the first one. It does carry the story on, though. It expands on what was brought up in the first one, which is always good. But like the film like Aliens 2 takes the, expand the concept approach where you got a monster, well, hell, throw a team of Marines at it with weapons and see how that goes.
And turn it into an army of monsters.
Yeah. Not just one, but now you're up against hundreds, thousands, whatever it is.
Yeah, I love that.
One of the things that I wanted to mention, well, I'll skip ahead. With Poltergeist 3, I know that the studio wanted to make a prequel about Reverend Cain, and I had an idea that the one of the earlier scripts for Poltergeist 2 would take place in the other side, and you'll find this interesting. I recently talked with Michael Gray. Am I pronouncing his last name correctly? One of the writers?
I think it's Michael Grace. I think that's how he says it.
Thank you. Anyway, I mentioned this to him, and he said, well, that's how the first draft was. Now, did I predict this or look at it from a writer's point of view? You be the judge.
Writer's point of view. Definitely, yeah.
That sounds about right.
Okay.
How cool would it have been to see to watch Poltergeist play out again, only from the Beast's point of view, with Carol Ann holding her back.
Oh my! I hadn't thought of that.
And apropos of what we were talking about the other night, since Eric was throwing around French phrases, would it be really interesting based on what we were talking about how making us feel something for the actual Beast? That would have been a really cool situation in that film to see from whatever that point of view was. So
yes, I'm getting my ideas jumbled.
Sorry, Christopher.
I wanted to say that in Poltergeist 3 shouldn't have been made. They should have jumped right into making a prequel starring Lance Henriksen as the villain.
Oh, as Reverend Cain?
Yes.
Oh,
yeah,
good cast.
I think Lance would have been great as Reverend Cain.
And
yeah, it's a similar look to.
Yes, he would have had to have done it coming off of the movie Near Dark.
Yeah, well, that was at his best, definitely, just before Pumpkinhead and that.
Lastly, I just want to say about this that I think the earlier script drafts of the Poltergeist films should be published.
Yeah, well, you also said that they should have made comic books out of them too.
Well, that's a possibility. Okay.
I always like that alternative.
Number 4, making the villain unkillable, and leads to unintentional comedy. I also have a note about story about ex-friend, which I want to mention, which I think is germane to this discussion.
Okay.
I used to be friends with someone who I've mentioned before, who had the personality of Lawrence Tierney, and who looked like Richard Griffiths, who was Harry Potter's uncle in the movies.
Uh-huh.
Does that give you a good
It's in
image?
the Reservoir Dogs.
Right. Let's see, what else can I say about him? And I showed him a bunch of horror films. Let's see, what did I show him? Showed him The Shining. And when it came to the room 237 scene, and when the body rises up out of the tub and the old lady comes towards Jack, he turns to me and says, "Are you trying to give me nightmares?" And I said, "No."
I would have said yeah. Because this is good shit.
But I wasn't. I showed him Halloween. And Marty, I hope you watched that scene I sent you, because the scene when the villain slowly rises up and turns his head and looks at Jamie Lee Curtis, he watches that and he laughs. Now
The
I'm
villain
sure.
laugh?
No, my
Your
friend at the
Former
time.
friend.
Yes. I'm sure Carpenter didn't mean for that to happen, but it did.
Mm.
Also, when I showed him Friday the 13th, and towards the end, when one of the bodies falls from the tree, he laughed at that.
Yeah.
Nervous laughter?
Hmm?
Was that nervous laughter?
No.
Or he found something funny about it?
Yeah.
Ah.
Interesting.
Yeah. I showed him the second Friday the 13th movie, and when the villain makes their final appearance, I was sitting right next to him, and his heart was pounding a mile a minute.
Cool. Well, that means it worked.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
How do you like how do you like The Shining?
I would say he liked it. I tried to show him Alien, but he asked me to shut it off because he said people are talking like they're in a funeral, because they were whispering. We got as far as Ripley and Ash talking about letting the thing into the ship. When she confronted him.
Okay. Oh, you mean the scene just before Ash tries? Oh, not Ash. No, that wasn't Ash. Okay, that wrong. Okay, yeah. Okay, I got it.
Right before the chest burster thing.
Yeah.
They bring him in. Yeah, right.
They were talking about quarantine.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
That part.
He didn't get into the really juicy stuff, did he?
No. And I I tried to show him. I suggested we watch The Devil and Daniel Webster, and he said no because he said that he watched it before.
Which version?
The original.
Oh, okay. It's not really a horror film.
So you had a difficult person to watch horror films with, huh?
Well, I was careful on what to show him and what not to show him.
After he pulled all that, I would have pulled out the Hellraiser.
No, he would not have liked that. I have a little story about I think you should understand what kind of person this was. He was eating a ham sandwich one time and he cut his tongue on a piece of sharp plastic. So I suggest we go to the emergency room. We go there and he needs stitches on his tongue. They're not able to give him anything for the pain. So I'm watching him, and he doesn't move while they stick his tongue and sew him up. He doesn't move. He doesn't make a sound.
Okay.
It sounds like it could be a scene in a horror movie to me. I don't know.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so Hellraiser would have had no effect on him.
I wouldn't say that. It's all in the context, as I said. What?
How old is this gentleman?
Oh, you mean currently?
Yeah.
88.
Oh, there you go. Yeah, okay.
Yeah, there you go. That tells you something. Okay.
But what I was describing before, this happened many years ago.
I know when I'm 88, I'll get riled at what you crazy kids in your newfangled movies come up with.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay, number 5. Too much focus on icons. Endless franchises, Killers Unmasked, excuse me, and lack of depth.
Yep.
One thing I wanted to mention about this is I wanted to mention horror conventions. Now, think of what you see. You think of what you tend to see at horror conventions. People dressed up as horror icons. If horror focused on the opposite, everything but, they would just exclude all the icons. Try to imagine how different horror conventions would be.
Yeah, everyone would be dressed up as Curtis.
Picture the atmosphere. It would be a lot like same atmosphere, let's say, as may not be exactly as an S&M dungeon, but for one thing, you wouldn't see any children there.
Yeah. Well, I when I went to Days of the Dead, I was actually surprised that there were kids there. I mean, I could understand at a Comic-Con, but a horror convention, you don't usually think that you're going to see little kids at a horror.
I can beat that one, guys.
Yes.
At one of the conventions I was at, Oliver and I went together to sign autographs, and we were placed in a booth next to the guy who was the lead in what's the horror film about the guy who joins the people together? Not Caterpillar, the
Human
Oh,
Centipede.
Human Centipede.
Human Centipede. The little guy who was the star of Human Centipede was there.
him.
Oh,
And-
the second one, the guy with the bee eyes.
He was like he's British or something, and he has strange eyes. Not only was he there dressed in a bloody like apron, like a meat chopper apron, a meat guy at a store. There were people there with their kids, and one particular family had 2 small daughters who were under the age of 4, and they asked him to pose with their 2 daughters with him holding meat cleavers over their daughters' heads. And
Were they real? Were they real cleavers?
They weren't real cleavers, but they looked like real cleavers. I think they had been sanded down so they were dull. But so he stood there and with like in this thing covered in blood, and the little 2 girls were laughing the entire time. And he was holding meat cleavers over their head, and Oliver got so angry he went and complained to the people running the convention, saying that was child abuse. And I was almost right behind him doing that. So yeah, I've seen little kids, and I've also had people come to me at the conventions and say, well, this is different, but I have had a number of people who come to me and say, oh, my mom brought me to see Poltergeist when I was 5, and that was why I loved the movie so much, because my mom brought me to see it. And I was like, okay. It was kind of spooky.
We heard after making Evil Dead and it came out a couple of years ago, I heard a story. I heard from a guy that there was an 8-year-old boy who saw Evil Dead back in the 80s, and it took him 15 years of intensive therapy in a soundproof room just to get him to stop screaming.
Mm.
Wow.
Yeah.
You guys did a good job, didn't you?
Yeah,
I made that up.
That's the highest praise there.
Now, I made up that story, but that goes to illustrate how kids shouldn't see those things.
Yeah, absolutely.
They're old enough to process them.
Yeah, well, I mean, look at how much Marty traumatized kids. Now they don't want to eat steaks because they figure their steak's gonna rot in front of them. Or eat.
Oh yeah, no. People yelled at me and said they couldn't sleep for like weeks after they saw the movie because of the face peeling scene, and I heard people tell Oliver that similar things because of the tree and the clown. So and a lot of those people told us they saw it when they were like 7 or 8 or 9 years old.
Yeah, well, I mean, you look at Mr. Highland, Nightmare on Elm Street 4. He couldn't eat pizza for years.
It's sausage pizza.
Yeah, sausage pizza. He couldn't eat sausage pizza for years because of the pizza with the faces on it. And I keep reminding him of it just to further traumatize him a little bit.
I remember when The Exorcist came out, and my girlfriend, later wife, took me to go see it up in Lansing. And I was one of those people really affected by it, where I actually missed the end of the film because I had to go put my head in the toilet. And so when I came back, Damien had already fallen down the stairs and everything. So what happened? But that film really got to me. And, of course, you know about the subliminal crap they were doing with that?
Oh, yeah, I heard about it.
Mercedes McCambridge is doing the voice of the demon. They would have a soundtrack of slowed down a big bottle of wasp, a jar of wasp that you shake up and then you record them. So, and also pigs being slaughtered. They would modify those sounds so that even though you're not seeing wasps or pigs being slaughtered, you're getting these sounds, and these are things that will, upset you, even not knowing their source or their context. And then, of course, they did the single frame flashes, the little cut-in frames of Eileen Dietz as the demon, and she was also the performer, the double performer for Linda Blair, and she does the horror convention, and she's a sweetheart. You got to meet her. But that film was loaded with that stuff, and also that was the film that outside when we saw it up in Lansing on the main street there, there was like 50 evangelicals out front, and all convinced that this demon stuff and possession is real. And that actually that was something that Jerry Falwell latched onto. He was part of that, and that became his empire in the 80s of, the whole Liberty University thing grew out of that. And holy cow, and the evangelical thing, and as a political movement, because they link together with that. And, of course, the name of the little girl possessed in the film is Reagan, and the author of the book, William Peter Blatty, was the CIA information guy. So the whole thing is racked with fascinating stuff, so even as a propaganda piece to create a voice for Americans who believe in demons and the demon-haunted world and all this stuff. It was like throwing gas on the fire,
Well, I got an interesting thing about person running out of a theater. Friend of mine, Felicia Day. Her mom took her to see Aliens, and she got about a quarter of the way through the film and went running outside and sat outside, through the rest of the film and waited for her mom because she was so freaked.
Yes. That's the film Hard at Work.
Yeah, that was, I told her, when she told me about that, I said, man, they did a good job on you, didn't they? And she goes, that's terrible. I'm going, yeah, it's great.
But the second one is James Cameron, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, and the second one's more of like, I'm not going to use the word fun, but the second one's more of a real roller coaster ride, like a scary, exciting roller coaster ride. The first one is just so unbelievably creepy and like gross, and it's the first one. The thing I tell people is when people ask me about it, it's like I took my glasses off, covered my eyes, and put my hands over my ears. I halfway through the first Alien, I just didn't want to see it anymore. But I stayed because it was it's a well-known director and everything. But the second one was kind of almost more fun in a way.
Yeah,
it wasn't as creepy.
And I like the lesson of the second one. I like the lesson of the second one where it's, guns aren't going to help you. In fact, they might even make it worse, which means you're just screwed, pal.
Yeah.
So it's like, I told her, I said, well, if you saw the first one, you'd be dead now. You'd have a heart attack then.
Exactly.
Since you ran out on the second one. Oh my flipping God.
Yeah.
Well,
okay, what else?
What else? Okay, number 6. Yes, number 6, lack of innovation in recent horror films. I have an anecdote of a news story of person buried alive in cemetery. I remember there was a news story, I don't know how many months ago, someone going to a cemetery and they're falling into the ground. And they managed to survive. Now, I don't understand why no one has been inspired by that story and turned that into a horror film, because it could be. It's ripe for inspiration and innovation.
Right, and what they get trapped in a grave? What was it again?
No, they end up falling into the ground.
Oh, okay.
They're buried alive.
Huh. No, I've seen almost similar scenarios in some films, but yeah. I mean, it's usually just one part of the film. It's not the entire film that is on that alone.
True, but it could it could lead to inspiration.
Oh yeah. Yeah, it could. I mean, I mean, seriously, what was it? About 3 years ago, I saw this film that was about these three kids who decided that they were going to kill one of their schoolmates. They were going to do it because they wanted to feel how it was to kill somebody. So they sat there and very technically was sitting there going, okay, well, we're gonna kill Susie. And so what they did is they locked her in a homemade coffin and buried her alive. And at one point they cut off her air and stuff. And the thing is that the dirt on top of the grave fell in on her, just as one of the kids decided that he didn't want to do this, so he ends up digging her out, and she's dead anyways. But it was just this weird movie about these kids and how their morals were just weird.
Wasn't there one with Crispin Glover where it's based on a true story about some kids who killed somebody and left his body by a river, and then it became now known by another group of kids, and it was one of these, moral.
Well, yeah, that was Stephen King's Stand By Me.
Yeah, there was that too, but there was one with Crispin Glover.
I think it's called. Yep. Yeah, I think it's called River's Edge. I think Joaquin Phoenix.
Yes, that's it.
Okay, that one too.
Yeah. Where the kids find a body and they don't tell anybody, and they just stare at it and try to keep it a secret, I think, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Huh.
Yeah, it became the weird dynamic.
Okay.
Misplaced trust, yeah.
Okay, number 7, uninspired remakes. The wrong movies getting remade. I have a short list of films that should be remade, and they are The Beast Within, The Keep, Freaks, Blackenstein, and The Thing with Two Heads. These last two are horror comedies. I thought I'd just throw them in for good measure.
What was the list again?
The Beast Within, The Keep.
Oh, The
Freaks.
Keep.
Oh,
They're actually talking about doing a remake of that.
Really?
Yeah.
Remake of what?
The Keep.
A remake of what?
The Keep.
Oh no. Okay. They're gonna make it good this time. Oh, I find that film almost unwatchable. I love Ian McKellen. It's one of his worst roles.
Yes.
And I forgot to mention X, The Man with X-Ray Eyes.
Okay.
I could stand to have a remake.
Yeah, I don't think they're going to do Blackenstein. I know that because they're not doing black exploitation. If they did, they'd do it as a comedy, but
Right.
Yeah. They wouldn't do Man with the X-Ray Eye. No, that one. That one's so
What about Todd Browning's Freaks?
Oh, now that one, the thing is that they already did it, but it was American Horror Story season 3, I think it was.
Oh, I didn't know that. Well, I haven't watched that show yet.
Yeah, it's pretty Browning's Freaks retold, and it is fantastic.
Do they include everything that was cut from the film that was in the script?
Well, I don't know since I never read the script.
Oh, okay.
Is that the season with the crazy killer clown? American Horror Story.
Yeah, it was. That was the one with the first one of Twisty the Clown.
Yeah, and then there was, all I remember is a scene where like two people were by a lake and the woman had high heels on and she couldn't run through the high heels and the clown finally grabbed her and like cut her throat or something. Yeah, I think I remember that one. It was like, it took place in the South, I think.
Yeah. Yeah, the American Horror Story one, they had a girl with two heads and stuff, and they had tiny midget girl and stuff. And they had the God, what was it? The goon or whatever she is with the big ears and that.
Oh, what's that called? The Geek?
Yeah, the Geek.
The Geek. Yeah, that's what Nick in the old sideshows that the Geek was the one who would bite the head off a chicken.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, that's actually a great quote from the 40s. Sorry, called the Nightmare Alley. That a guy.
Yeah. Oh yeah, that's a good one too.
Yeah, it's a great movie when the guy ends up being a geek in a sideshow.
Yeah. What a
okay, sorry, we interrupted, Christopher. Go ahead.
Okay, don't beat us, Mr. Christopher. Don't beat us.
Okay, number 8. Horror films are too genre heavy at times. They're too scary. Now, I wanted to ask each of you the film that scared you the most before I go into this.
I thought we already did that one.
Well, you haven't answered that question. Did you?
I did.
Okay, well, quick round, everybody. Who wants to start? To recap.
I'll jump in. I think mine would be a tie between probably The Haunting and the first Alien movie. Who's next?
Okay. Tom, Eric.
Alrighty. So the one that scared me the most is One Dark Night.
Okay. Tom, how about you?
Mine was The Haunting, definitely. Every time, even today when I watch it.
Okay, for me, I would say the remake of it's a tie between the remake of The Fly and Poltergeist 2, and I will tell you why. It's easy to explain with the Fly remake because of the body transformation. But with Poltergeist 2, it's much more complex. And I will tell you why. There's a short list of reasons why. And not only that, there's a short, is also explains why this film is scarier than the first one. 1, personification of the villain. 2, the tone of the film. 3, the theme of being buried alive is much more prevalent in this film than the first film. And 4, the motive of the villain. Now, I don't buy that the villain simply wants to lead his flock into the light. No, I'll explain the motive, and I'm sure I've mentioned this before, but for our listeners, I will explain it to you. Cain wanted to possess Carol Ann so she could tip his power over the edge and transcend time, space, and dimensions and remake them in his own image. And I will prove this very simply. Think to the ending of the film, the image of how the beast looks, that whole Medusa-like, snake-like creature with the souls embedded in it. Does it look like he wants to lead his flock into the light, or does it look like he wants to do much more than that?
I always thought that Cain just wanted to stay out of the light. He didn't want to go to. He just wanted to maintain his power. That was always my opinion.
Yeah, that sounds about it.
Yeah,
I
he
agree
didn't
with that.
go into the light. He didn't want to lose his slaves and that, and he didn't want to lose his followers. That was his power, and what he was, in my opinion, he was grabbing Carol Ann because she was a light, and his followers, rather than trying to escape and go to the light, they would stay with her, and thus solidify his power. That's what I always assumed. But yeah, afterwards, yeah, more than likely he could do something like that, if he gathered enough souls and had enough power. Definitely, Mr. Highland. Once you solidify power, what are you going to do? You're going to try to get more power, and you're going to try to expand.
Yes, going back to what I said with films starting off with a villain winning, that would be an unexpected way to start a horror film.
Oh yeah, definitely.
Mm-hmm.
Like actually start like in the mouth of madness with the elders or the ancient ones actually breaking through the barrier and coming through. Like showed at the end. That was
okay. Okay, number 9, truly scary films being hard to come by. Most were made in the 80s, which I just mentioned. The 90s had Event Horizon. The 2000s had Drag Me to Hell. One of the things that I wanted to mention about Drag Me to Hell, why it's so effective, and this was mentioned in Bloody Disgusting recently, is that it didn't have any outside interference.
You mean in the production?
Yes.
Oh, okay, good. That's the Sam Raimi thing, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
I thought when I saw that, it seemed like the best hits of Sam Raimi, which is a good thing.
Yeah, I mean, you could tell that film was a Sam Raimi thing the moment you saw the goat. That goat was a real teller for Sam Raimi.
What's that film about? I was always intrigued by the title.
The Curse or something, wasn't it?
Yes.
Oh, what it was a gypsy lady. The thing is that she was about ready to lose her house, and she wanted to get a loan from the bank, and the girl who she was going to talk to for the loan. The thing is that she'd already been getting in trouble from the boss, and he told her, to stand firm on stuff. So she ends up standing firm and telling this poor old gypsy lady, no, we can't help you with a loan. You don't have any collateral. And so the woman's begging her, getting on her knees and begging, and she has to stand her ground, and she says, no, I can't help her. And then she finally calls the guard to pull the lady out and throw her out. So the woman puts a curse on her, and the curse is that within a certain amount, I think it's a week, isn't it, Mr. Highland, that a demon's going to drag the girl down to hell, but until then, the demon is going to make her life hell on earth. And the only way that she can stop it is to break the curse. And the thing is that the gypsy lady had stole the button from her coat that she was wearing that day to focus the curse. So if she managed to get the button, she would break the curse. Actually, between the time the gypsy lady dies. So she keeps seeing the gypsy lady and shit, and the gypsy lady is freaky. She's got this kind of condition, and she's got like this green gook coming out of her nose and stuff.
I just always thought it was a cool title.
Oh yeah, it's a great film. If you ever get a chance, Marty, check it out. You're gonna love it.
Okay.
Yeah, you're gonna love it. It's Sam Raimi at his best, outside of Evil Dead, and it's just him returning to horror and just going all out. And I mean, there's this, as I said, the scene with the possessed goat is fantastic.
It's a possessed goat.
Yeah, and it looks very Evil Dead. It's got the white eyes and stuff, and it's flying through the air.
Isn't there a movie with a possessed goat that came out a couple years ago? Like one of those, like took place like in the past, like not The Witch. It's not that movie. It's something else where there was like isn't there a movie where there's like a possessed goat and it turns out that's the demon in the movie? Recent, like within the last 4 or 5 years.
No, just The Witch.
Oh, okay. It is The Witch, though, right? And there's
it is The Witch.
Yeah.
Yeah, it is The Witch.
Okay.
That film was so damn slow.
All right. Well, Chris, what else you got here?
Okay, number 10, slasher films lacking genuine suspense. And I've written down First Blood. Specifically the book, not the movie. I guess you can include the movie as well. That's the kind of suspense that should be in those films.
Which book was it?
What? Film? Oh, I said First Blood.
Oh, David Morrell?
Yes.
You mean the same David Morrell who's sitting there bitching about the new Rambo film?
Mm-hmm.
I loved it.
Yeah, I know. And it's like Morrell's been bitching about Rambo since the first movie came out. Oh no, you left Rambo alive and you changed him on me. Oh God, give me a break. Anyways, yeah. So you have First Blood.
A Rambo book that'll adhere to his. Somebody will do a Rambo movie that'll do his book justice.
Yeah.
These days.
Yeah. Okay, so Mr. Highland, so you said the tension that was in the First Blood novel, right?
Yeah, that's the kind of tension and suspense that needs to be in slasher films.
Oh yeah, definitely. Well, the thing is that, I mean, as I said, for years I sat there and I was fighting with a lot of filmmakers and stuff on web forums like Bloody Disgusting about this same thing, about tension and stuff, tension and real scares over blood and gore. And they said, yeah, we don't need that. All we need is gore. People just want gore. They want to see people hacked and slashed. That's all they want. They don't care about tension. Why do we need tension? I said, really? I said, you know, you're supposed to be filmmakers and you understand tension. You need to get out of filmmaking then because tension's important. And I kept telling them that that horror and comedy are very much the same thing. That to be a good filmmaker, what you have to do is you have to bring in tension and then release. It's basically, it's almost like sex. Release of tension, and that's why a lot of horror films had comedy in it too, to release tension. Unfortunately, if you've got a bad filmmaker, they'll put way too much comedy in it, and by the end of the film, you'll have released all your tension, and the ending will be boring as shit.
Yeah, study Hitchcock.
Yes,
you don't
exactly.
Need to show anything really. You can tension and our dirty little minds will fill in all the blanks.
Oh yeah. So yeah, I agree with you on that. Tension, definitely.
Well, Hitchcock once said that you can get a lot more tension from putting a bomb under the seat in a bus, under a kid's seat on a bus, than you can from just seeing the bus explode. It's all about building the story around what's going to happen to that bomb under the seat.
Yeah,
and
that's one thing.
It works. Yeah, it works with horror movies too. It's.
Oh yeah, and that's what the thing is that these filmmakers nowadays are starting to connect with is tension. I mean, you see that a lot with James Wan and stuff like that, and you see some of these newer filmmakers are really adding more tension in that, and and they're starting to learn. Actually, they're starting to learn how to use a jump scare a lot better than they have been in the past.
You reminded me of the film Wages of Sin, I believe it's called, also remade as Sorcerer.
Hmm.
Oh
really?
Yeah, that's the Friedkin film Sorcerer.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, where the guys have to take the explosives over the Andes or something, over a giant mountain pass.
Yeah,
with that
nitroglycerin.
Crappy old. It's nitroglycerin in a crappy truck. Yeah.
Yeah, with rebels who want the stuff too.
Yeah, it's a great movie. Both of them are. I like the original too.
Definitely.
You ever seen that, Eric? Either of them?
No, I've never seen either the
wonderful. I'm pretty sure the Sorcerer was the film Friedkin made after The Exorcist, I think, and everybody, and it let people down. Part of the reason was that they changed the title to Sorcerer to try to tie it in with The Exorcist somehow, and everybody went expecting a horror film, and it was just a great action movie with a lot of suspense.
And then after that, freaking did The Guardian too. Did that after.
Mm-hmm.
Went back to horror, and that was a boring ass film. I hated.
Well, I heard a film editor talk recently about one of the reasons why The Exorcist is so scary. It's because the whole first hour of the movie is basically like all those medical tests, which are all loud and scary, and people had never seen that kind of stuff on film before. And it put everyone so much on edge that when the supernatural stuff started happening, people were already climbing out of their chairs with feeling frazzled and full of suspense. And I thought, wow, I'd never realized that before. That's how the movie does what it does, because all of the first scares that you are submitted to in the beginning, they're all very realistic. It's all medical stuff, all the loud noises and the spinal tap. Yeah, I remember people when I saw the movie in the theater, people getting sick from that. People had never seen a spinal tap in a movie before. And the fact that it happened.
I hate that scene.
Oh yeah. The other stuff, the head spinning around and the vomiting and the crucifix masturbation and all that stuff, that's more like a circus or a carnival ride or something. But boy, please don't show me a spinal tap of a little 12-year-old girl. It's kind of genius the way that movie is put together that way.
Yeah, ultimately,
yeah.
it's almost child torture. You know, it's
It is almost child torture. Yeah, it is. And then watching the mother be equally tortured by what her daughter's going through.
sure.
Yeah. Hey, you're making us have a great conversation here, Christopher, with your points here. This is great.
Thank you. I wanted to jump back with the sequels. I wanted to quickly mention Psycho 2.
Oh yeah, brilliant.
That's one of the few sequels that actually works.
Yeah, actually, I also liked Psycho for the beginning too.
And also to jump back about my ex-friend about the unintentional comedy. You'll find this funny. I showed him Dressed to Kill, and I could tell he didn't care for it. And furthermore, I'm remembering this one anecdote from this one book called Shock Value, where Brian De Palma and Hitchcock were screening Dressed to Kill, and De Palma says to Hitchcock, he says that it's homage, and Hitchcock says to him, more like fromage.
Mm-hmm.
Cool.
Okay, back to the list. Let's see. 11. Lack of realistic downbeat endings. Villains not winning. Now, think of all, for example, the slasher film icons, or imagine if they won. The final girls ended up getting killed, or even what I mentioned before with the end of Poltergeist 2, King won.
Yeah, surprisingly.
And I know that the Gate originally had a downbeat ending.
Wait, doesn't the guy die in Night of the Living Dead at the end?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Dwayne
Yes.
Jones,
That's one of the few downbeat endings. Oh, and I wanted to mention the ending of Poltergeist. That's one of the few movies that has an upbeat and a downbeat ending. I mean, they get the daughter back, but they get chased out of the neighborhood and lose their house.
Yes, and they have to stay
And
in a
no
crappy
resale
hotel.
value of their house.
There is no house.
Yeah, no resale value.
There's just a yard with a hole in it.
Yeah, explain that to the insurance company.
Well, I think it may have been Pauline Kael in her review that said that Poltergeist was a cheat because Zelda was so wonderful playing Tangina that when she said this house is clean, she said it with such, she was so sure of it that you believed her, and that's why she felt the end of the movie was a cheat, because then all hell breaks loose after we've been completely reassured that by the most trustworthy character in the movie that that everything was okay. So
yeah, well,
and then all hell breaks loose.
Yeah, well, actually, that's actually when you've known a lot of people in the paranormal industry, that happens quite a bit. That they think, oh yeah, this house is cleaned up, and then boom, everything
Right.
goes nuts after they leave. It's like boom. Yeah, but anyways, Mr. Highland, wanted to mention something.
Mm-hmm.
What was it? About 6 years ago? No, 7 years ago. 7 years ago. The thing is that this one filmmaker actually gave me his script, and he said that he was having trouble with the end of his story, and he asked me to fix it. And so what I did is the way that I did it is I had it where the person that you expect as the final girl, that she dies, the morose gothic girl survives, and at the end she is killed by the serial killer, who is sitting there waiting for, after he's sitting there waiting for more victims. And this filmmaker said, I can't do this. You can't, what the hell? And I said, I just made your movie fantastic. And he goes, I'm not, forget you. And I'm going, okay, you just fucked up your film. And he released it, and you don't even hear about it anymore. It was a slasher film called Sparrow that came out in England. But he basically said, screw you, you don't know anything. And it's like, hi, yes, I do. I'm the guy that did the Friday the 13th books, and more than once I had everyone die in it.
You just reminded me of this remake of a film noir called The Woman in the Window, and it was a remake of a French movie, and the French movie had a downbeat ending where the remake didn't.
Huh.
What, The Woman in the Window, the film noir film, right, from the 40s?
Yeah,
it
stars Edward G. Robinson.
Yeah, and Joan Bennett, I think, is in it.
Yes.
Yeah.
Oh,
actually, that's a good movie. I like that movie.
I just remembered a film that absolutely had a downbeat, and it's a classic, and everybody knows it.
Mm-hmm.
What?
John Carpenter's The Thing.
Oh, right.
Oh. I blocked that movie out of my head because
the two survivors are going to freeze to death.
Right.
And they don't know if either one of them's a monster.
Yeah.
Have you heard about the eye reflection, the light eye reflection thing in the thing? The theory about that, and apparently the cinematographer was in on it. But it's not perfect in the film, but most of the people who are human have a light reflection in their eyeballs. And then the ones who are the thing, primarily in the testing sequence, when they're burning the blood, that one, they don't have, their eyes are darker. There's no reflection.
Huh. I never.
And at the very end, Kurt Russell has the gleam in his eye, and the other fellow doesn't. Make of that what you will.
Well, that's good to know. Now we know who was the thing at the end of that movie. That's right up there. That's right up there with, I believe it was Marty who mentioned about the ghosts in haunting the ghost in the clouds.
Yeah.
Oh no, that was me.
Oh no, that was
the haunting.
No, that was
Tom said that one.
The ghost in the clouds. Yeah, at the end.
Anybody check that out yet?
No, I haven't. I really haven't had a chance. I've been really busy, but I'm planning on definitely checking that out. I'd love to see Casper in the, go. They're going, oh my God, it's Casper. Oh my God.
Oh, what else you got to do with?
Let's see, number 12, genre not being boiled down to its base elements, and I mentioned gimmicks. First thing that comes to mind is well, these recent Halloween movies that came out, and the ones that are in production.
Okay, what's the gimmicks? Oh, you mean
Well, bringing back characters, for example, just unnecessary characters.
Okay, I was kind of thinking that you were talking about the wow factor, which means women of power type thing.
No, not quite.
Okay, that is a gimmick, though.
Let's see. Oh, I guess making turning Freddy into a clown. I guess that could be a gimmick, wouldn't you say?
Oh, that'd be great. But I know Mr. Highland's waiting on that because he loves clowns.
Nope.
Yeah.
Anyone else have anything to say on this?
From this end.
Gimmicks, huh?
No?
No.
Nope.
Okay. Okay. 13. Stories not focusing on, quote, negative space, and I mentioned monologues. Now, think of all the great monologues from the great horror films, such as Jaws, Aliens, when Ripley is talking about the alien to the Marines. In the first Alien movie, when Ash is talking to them about the alien.
Mm-hmm.
And I guess you can say what Kane says in Poltergeist 2. That's not quite a monologue, but it's focusing on negative space. I mean, there's no.
Would you honestly say that Hannibal's monologue to Clarice was negative space?
You could say that.
Yeah. Or Dracula's monologue to Mina in the Bram Stoker's Dracula, the newer version.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, good. Alrighty, that was.
Oh, I want to quickly jump back that, regarding sequels. Jaws. The second film should have been a prequel about the Indianapolis.
You know, Christopher, when I worked for Spielberg, he had for a while before we made the movie, he at one point gave me the job of reading scripts that were coming in for him, and one of the scripts that came in was what I thought a pretty cool, accurate film based on that incident with the ship, and I remember recommending it to him, and he said, "Oh, yeah, I already told that story with Jaws, basically." So
Nicolas Cage made a film about the Indianapolis.
Who did?
Nicolas Cage.
Oh, I never
Started
started
in
that.
it, rather. Yeah, about 3 or 4 years ago, I think.
Huh. Yeah, we got. I'm gonna have to find out what that one is. Be
It's called
interesting.
Indianapolis. I'm pretty sure.
Oh, okay, cool. Yeah, it sounds like it would have been a good film. One of the few good films that Cage has done in the last few years.
Oh, I just saw one called. I really liked it. His called "Vengeance: A Love Story," where he plays a homicide detective and meets a victim of a gang rape. It's loosely based on a true story, as I recall. And the gang rapist hired slick lawyer Don Johnson to represent them. And his idea is, well, the jury's going to hear two stories. Let's make ours good. And of course, their story is, well, she's a prostitute and she wanted this, which is, of course, a lie. And her daughter actually witnessed it, her 8-year-old daughter, and she identifies everybody. And Nicolas Cage, when these guys are looking like they go to court, they probably walk. He decides to take care of things, and in a way a professional police officer might. And I loved it. It was one of the most efficiently told films I've seen in a long time. And Cage is one of those actors that, if you got to keep him chained and, focused and everything, or you get, Ghost Rider 2. And but this, he was just spot on, perfect, understated, and yet the film has a lot of power to it, a whole lot, right up to the very end. And
Well,
I
sounds
highly
good to
recommend
me.
that. What's that?
Definitely sounds good to me because, I know you have to worry about dear old Nicky Cage. He kind of likes to play it heavy.
Yeah, he's great in this
role.
one. It's a really terrific performance. I hadn't seen anything like it in another film. And it was very cool. But I'm a big fan of his.
He's quite wonderful in the movie about the World Trade Center, about the two cops trapped underneath and trying to get them out. What's the name of it? Do you know? World Trade, I think it's called.
Yeah.
He's quite from 2005 or 6 maybe. He's quite good in that.
Yeah, but once in a while they do find a way to use his overacting to its advantage. I mean, like that film Mandy. Oh my God, that was.
I've got it. I haven't seen it yet.
Oh yeah, yeah. Nicky Cage just goes completely and utterly freak shit, and it's great. It's the perfect Nicolas Cage movie.
Awesome.
All right,
What else
Mr.
you got?
What we got?
Okay. 14, actors not getting the credit they deserve. And I mentioned, I list Jeff Goldblum and Dee Wallace and Academy board members. Now,
Hell yeah.
I've wondered in the past why Jeff Goldblum or Gina Davis or Dee Wallace wasn't even nominated for an Oscar. And I remember in the past looking up lists of Academy board members. Unfortunately, I couldn't find again the names at the time when these films came out. But I remember for The Fly, when I saw the names, I thought, oh, well, no wonder that they weren't nominated. But I think at any given time, take a look at who's on the board, and it's no wonder why horror films in general are not noticed or for good acting. I just want to say that acting good acting should be transcendent of whatever genre they happen to fall into. I mean, the board members don't have to like horror. They should just recognize great acting where it is.
Well, that's the reason why a couple of years ago, or well, actually, was it last year or a couple of years ago that we got 2 horror films nominated for 13 Academy Awards.
Get Out being one of them.
Get Out and the Del Toro Gilman movie. Yeah.
Oh, Shape of Water.
Shape of Water.
Yeah.
Because the thing was that we had a bunch of board members retire, and they've been bringing in these younger people into the board, and it's changing how they look at this stuff. And that's the only reason why Jordan Peele and Del Toro even got chose, was because...
Yeah, I remember looking at the list of names, and I remember seeing Carl Malden at one time being the head of the board, and I thought, well, no wonder.
Yeah, well, I mean, it's funny, because you had a film that, in, what was it, 70s or early 80s, I can't remember which one it was, but they had that film Ghost Story that came out based on, the Straub...
the one the one that Fred Astaire's in. Yeah,
and that was the only one where you actually, for a while, that you actually got Academy Award ones actually really nominating the cast, because Don Amici for Ghost Story. It's like,
he wasn't in that.
No, but Fred Astaire wasn't, and
Fred
I think
Astaire.
it's Melvin Douglas maybe, but
yeah, Fred Astaire and Melvin Douglas, yeah.
Yeah, of the horror films, the guy from Get Out was nominated. With any luck, what's her name will be nominated for Us this year. Janet Leigh in Psycho, not Marsha Mason, Ellen Burstyn for The Exorcist. I'm trying to think of 80-something years ago.
And you had Jack Nicholson for Wolf.
Yeah, and 80-something years ago, Frederick March won for Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde, which is a great horror movie. It's made before the code, and it's like shocking and surprising. It's on Turner Classic occasionally.
I know that Jeff Goldblum and Gina Davis got Saturn Awards at the time.
Yeah,
but
he's
I don't know
amazing in The Fly.
Yes,
he's just amazing.
He should have at least been nominated. I mean, it's just...
Yeah, exactly.
I'm trying to think of any other horror films. There's not a lot of them.
And I don't know if Dee Wallace got a Saturn Award or not. I can't remember, but she should have been nominated at least.
For which one?
For Cujo.
Oh, Cujo. Yeah, Dolores Claiborne's kind of a horror movie in its own way, I think. Yeah?
Oh, yeah.
Kathy Bates won for that, so, yeah.
Oh, yes, I wanted to mention that.
Yeah, and as good as she is in that, she's fantastic in Dolores Claiborne, which is another great kind of horror-ish movie. So, it's hard, though. It's hard to be taken seriously in horror films. They tried. I know there was a campaign for Jo Beth Williams and also for Zelda Rubinstein. I think she may have actually paid for her own campaign for Poltergeist. But neither of them got anything.
How about Barbara Hershey in The Entity?
No, I never
Nope.
saw that.
Any kind of Oscar nomination or anything for that?
No,
That's
I don't
a
think
shame.
so.
That was a really well reviewed film, as I recall.
Yeah. Oh, and of course Linda Blair was nominated too for The Exorcist.
Yeah.
Despite the
Yeah, I
fact
recall.
it often wasn't her body or her voice, so which is kind of fascinating.
Okay, and 15, last but certainly not the least, genre not being explored enough. And what I mean is there's a lot of ideas that that are not being explored, not just adaptations of obscure horror novels that may just now be reprinted and brought into the social consciousness.
Oh, yeah.
Those two are more than enough to be explored, but I have a quote here that fits into this. More things in heaven and earth, Horatio, that are dreamt of in your philosophy.
Hamlet.
Mm-hmm.
Yes. Mhm. Yeah, I mean, I can't understand what you're saying, Mr. Highland. I mean, it's just like paranormal investigation. They don't really do films that are take that even seriously. I mean, I love the way that they handled it in The Haunting, and I loved how they did it in Hell House, and loved what they did in Poltergeist. I'm telling you, Marty, as I said, that was fantastic. They haven't done it as good as that. Even in Insidious, they really haven't done paranormal investigation as well as they did in Poltergeist.
Well, they did it with a sense of humor, which was always nice.
Yeah, I mean they're doing that with Insidious too, with the big guy and the little guy, working with psychic lady. But I would love to see a paranormal investigation film that was actually taken seriously, and they actually tried to do it honestly. Basically, yes, they can get really dramatic and stuff, but take the technology, take how paranormal investigators investigate, and actually do that with a dramatic edge to it. It would be fantastic. I'd love to see the tension on that. Wouldn't you, Mr. Highland?
Yes.
Yeah. And I'd like to see actually psychics done a lot better too. Because I'm getting tired of the psychics who look like they're having a headache. Because I mean, I know a few psychics that do these investigations, and they don't sit there with their eyes clenched and going ooh and stuff.
Don't you get a better reception that way?
No.
Psychics I've met actually the psychics I've met sat in a chair and acted like a normal person, and then did a couple weird minutes of doing the trance thing, and then they acted like a normal person, and it was very impressive when they were just being normal.
Yeah, I loved how Zelda handled Tangina. I mean, you know, she didn't do any of that, and she actually sat there and she goes, I don't like trick answers and stuff and all that. I love that. I was laughing my ass off and saying, yeah, you go, girl, with that.
Well, that's what he wanted. He wanted fun stuff. So,
Were there paranormal consultants for Poltergeist?
that's a hard one. I don't remember. I don't think so. But then again, I mean, I was around when the script was being written, but I don't remember that.
You guys are using, various equipment for, temperature readings, barometric pressure, sound, whatever, all kinds of little. Of course, paranormal technology has expanded astoundingly these days into some really interesting things. The radio thing, and then there's the thing with puts out all the lights like a nightclub, and then it can pick up figures and link them together.
Yeah,
it's freaky.
I do know that on The Haunting, they had Hans Hosler, and Hans was also the consultant on Hell House as well.
Yeah.
So
he'd be great for promotion too. Being a best-selling author.
Oh yeah. Yeah. Well, the thing is that and with The Exorcist, Peter Blatty, he had the journals from the original case to work from. Interesting case. I mean, if you've ever had a chance to check out my friend Christian St. Booth's documentary on it, The Exorcist Files, fascinating case.
Yeah, I know he did do a lot of work and research.
Oh yeah. Yeah, interesting case indeed. But yeah, I mean, and Mr. Highland, yeah, I mean, even vampires. I mean, I'd love to have a film where they actually do some research on, the old vampire legends like the Strigoi and that. Those would make interesting horror films, because they're not expanding the genre like that. Actually getting in and doing the heavy duty research that could really bring forth a good script like that.
Weren't those kind of vampires a part of the Strain, the Del Toro miniseries?
Oh,
guy. Was that like the ancient, thousands of years old things?
Yeah, the Strigoi are actually more spirit than actual living vampire.
Okay.
They started out in Wallachia and Romania, and the thing is that it deals with families and how a member of a family will die, and they'll come back as this Strigoi and try to decimate their own family. They'll be draining their own family members. It's an interesting thing. Yeah. And they said that Castle Vladislas, that they suspect that Vlad Tepes himself returned as a Strigoi, because they had Strigoi things at Vladislas too. Interesting. Yeah.
Does Christopher, you have your list of scary moments? Is that next?
Yes.
Cool.
I'm debating whether
I know at least one.
Well, before I get into it, I guess I should say, mention something that ties into me hosting this show. And Eric, I'm not sure if I told you this before, but well, you know that hosting the show has helped me combat a lot of stuff.
Yeah, and
around the time, well, a few months before I started co-hosting, well, not this show, but other show that we worked on.
Horror Chat.
Yeah. I got into a car accident, and it led me to a deep depression, and I guess you could say I had a nervous breakdown. And what got me out of it was seeing the scenes from horror movies that I avoided for around 20 years, which I will mention in this list.
Oh.
And I will mention the specific scenes that helped. Okay, first is from Alien. No specific scene, just the atmosphere, the lighting, subconscious claustrophobic feeling. I wanted to mention that I was first exposed to this at 3 years old. I remember ABC showing this in 1984.
Oh yeah, I remember that too. That was actually the first time I saw Alien. Was
I didn't see the monster. I just the atmosphere was enough to affect me then. Okay, Ghostbusters. The arms bursting through the chair and grabbing Dana.
Yeah, that really was actually a scary scene. Yeah, Dan Aykroyd said that he wanted to do the most scariest horror film he could, but do it with humor so that it would knock down the actual horror of it. He kind of succeeded with Ghostbusters.
Okay, the next one is from Friday the 13th, Part 5, A New Beginning, the outhouse death. You remember that one? Where the villain is taking a spear and jamming it through the outhouse.
Yeah, the part where the rock guitarist is taking a poop. I
avoided that scene for 20 years because it scared me so much.
Yeah, the guy who did a really good job.
Mm-hmm.
Didn't we have him on the show?
No, we didn't.
Oh, we did. Oh, yeah. He canceled on us. I forgot. Yeah, we were going to have him on, but he canceled at the last minute. Oh, well.
Okay. This next one helped me with what I mentioned. The Fly remake, Melting Dismemberment and Ending. Sure you know what I'm talking about.
What happens at the ending? I forget.
Oh, she shoots him.
blows
Yeah,
his
and
head off.
he takes with his claw, he grabs the barrel of the gun, makes sure it's pointing at his head.
Yeah. Yeah, because he's in agony, and she puts him out of it.
Yep.
Hmm.
I worked on the fly part too. Did a bunch of sculpting on that.
Oh, yeah?
Oh, that's on my list.
Oh,
Yeah,
great.
I love the ending of that one. Well, the near ending of that one where the Mr. Bartok comes falling out of the thing and he's dragging himself through and you see Brundle in the back end trying to get out. He's actually hooked into him. That would freak me out.
I was working at Chris Whalow's studios on that film, and at one point they'd asked us. They were considering different endings, and they asked the crew if we had any ideas. And mine was that young Eric Stoltz puts Bartok into the teleporter, and then places a spider in with him, and then it comes out, and though he's not changed yet, the horror might work, but of course they didn't go with that one.
No, I actually like the ending that they chose with that. I mean, that was pretty good. That was, I felt satisfied with after, what everything that Bartok had done, that he got that ending. That now all of a sudden he's the dog and he's having to eat out of the dish. That was great.
Speaking of sequels and remakes, they could have done a remake of the third Fly film that they did this in the mid-'60s.
Oh, you mean Revenge of the Fly or Curse of the Fly? Which one is it? Curse of the Fly or Revenge of the Fly?
I can't remember the title.
Yeah.
I think it might have been Curse of the Fly.
Yeah, I'm actually going to be showing that in October, or December, on Bloodbath Theater with the original Fly.
Okay, next is The Gate. The dead man falls out of the wall and drags someone back into the wall with the wall sealing up.
Yeah. Mr. Highland's told me about this a half dozen times. That movie. He loves that movie.
No, I don't.
Yeah.
Remember when I said horror films not being boiled down to its base elements? This one boils it down. And I wanted to ask you and Tom, do you think The Gate has similarities to Poltergeist?
Similarities?
Yes.
I both like how ambitious they are in the production values that they're attempting with their various budgets. But to me, The Gate is basically about, here's what happens when kids do everything they're not supposed to do when the parents are gone. Have friends over, drink, smoke, neck, have a ritual for a satanic portal, that kind of thing.
Yeah, pretty much. Yeah, I agree with you on that one.
Well, how close were those in the release dates? They came out kind of around the same time, didn't they? Or
no, The Gate came out in '87.
Okay, that's a couple of years.
And of all movies, it beat out Ishtar.
Ishtar.
For what?
Yeah.
Okay, next is from Superman 3. Woman sucked into the computer and transformed into cyborg.
Oh yeah, one of the parts of that horrible movie.
I
The
tried
only
to.
good part
I
was.
tried to.
Go for it.
I tried to rewatch that in recent years, and I started to retch that scene. I mean,
Yeah. Yeah, that's pretty intense.
yeah, that scene didn't belong in that movie.
Yeah, I can honestly say that scene has some really creepy stuff to it. You know, for a film that was a total wreck, yeah, that was the one moment of really good filmmaking there. Oh my god.
They should have had Brainiac in it instead. Okay, now next, this is one of those scenes that helped me. Poltergeist 2, all the scary scenes, especially Robbie getting attacked in the bathroom. Now, the scene that helped me is the mescal worm creature.
In two, oh yeah.
I
That is
avoided that for over 20 years, and seeing that, that was a slap in the face. Now, remember that I said that that this film is abundant with the theme of being buried alive. The bathroom attack is ripe with that. And of course, the obvious one is the dream sequence of the mother imagines she's being dragged into the ground.
oh yeah. Mm.
Okay, next is The Fly 2, the Fly Monster, and of course, there's also wanted to mention the mutated dog.
Thank you. I helped work on that.
Oh yeah.
What, I never saw Flight 2. Christopher, what happens in that? The dog.
It's, I guess you could say it's a remake of the second Fly movie that they did in I think it was the late 50s or early 60s, where the son gets takes over for the father.
Yeah, except that the son in this case is a mutant, and he's slowly starts changing into a mutant fly creature.
Yeah, he's aged 5 times normal. So when he's 5 years old, he's like a 25-year-old man.
Yeah.
Okay.
And then he befriends a dog in the lab, and it turns out, of course, the dog is a lab experiment. They just haven't gotten around to it yet. And so when they put the dog through the machine, and it comes out horribly mutated and suffering, yet they keep it alive. The kid finds it and kills it, put it out of its misery, and that kind of starts his little storyline. I like that film. Chris Walas directed it. I wish he had done more. It's not David Cronenberg style, but it's an effectively told story.
Yeah, very much so.
And it also, like Aliens, just kind of upscales the whole thing. That, well, here a corporation got a hold of this stuff, and let's see how they can mess everything up.
Yes, and there's a lot of gross effects too, such as when the monster spits on someone's head and it melts.
Yeah.
And Marty, I wanted to mention the steak from Poltergeist and your famous scene and the pool scene. One thing I wanted to say is that you won't see me eating steak tartare or crowned rack of lamb. The effects in the gross effects in these movies have certainly helped me to become mostly a vegetarian.
Yeah. Yeah, and he drives me nuts with it too. William, why are you eating a double cheeseburger? You shouldn't be eating that. It's like, yeah, but I enjoy it. Meh. So I go and send him pictures of double cheeseburgers on, all the time. Yeah, gonna tell me not to eat my double cheeseburger. I'll show you double cheeseburger. Yeah, Mr. Highland, do you remember that giant? What was it? 50-pound double cheeseburger that I sent you the video of that they made?
Maybe.
Yeah,
Maybe.
that was great.
Okay, next is from the 1972 Tales from the Crypt movie.
Oh, yeah.
And this is from the Wish You Were Here segment. Now, this is not an easy segment for me to discuss. It's derives from the whole monkey paw story, if you're familiar with it.
Yep.
Yeah.
I just remember the end part of that where the lady wishes her husband to be alive again when the husband's dead, and she's at the funeral and the husband's in the coffin. She wishes him to be alive again. She starts to come alive, and then he starts to scream because he's embalmed, and she's forced to stab him with a sword.
Yeah. Yeah, I recall that one with the hands and stuff. Yeah, that was pretty bad. Yeah, I remember.
I remember that too.
Yeah, very good, very well done scene for that time, and very shocking.
What's next?
Okay.
The Thing remake, the dog scene, when the dog is locked up with the other dogs and it's transforming, and its tendrils are overlapping other dogs.
I actually remember that. Oh yeah.
Yeah, and the buggy eyes that it starts bugging its eyes and stuff and all that. Oh yeah, that was good. That was some good work, and I mean, practical effects. Oh my god.
Yeah, the film almost killed Rob Bottin, man. He put it all out there. Amazing work.
He should have won an Oscar for that.
Yeah.
I agree.
Yeah, I mean the remake or prequel or whatever they wanted to call it of the thing didn't even do that justice. It was with the CGI that didn't work.
Well, I like it, but different taste.
Yeah.
And last, but certainly not the least, the original Pet Sematary.
Oh,
I don't have any specific scene written down, just the whole movie in its entirety, and the tone.
Oh yeah, Mary Lambert. Oh my God, what a director!
I was thinking earlier today, this is how you do a zombie movie. But of course, given what I said about ideas not being explored, there are more than one way. There's more than one way to do a zombie movie.
Oh yeah. Well, I mean the one weakness that I found with the remake of Pet Sematary is that they overdid it and decided, oh well, we're going to explain that it's the Wendigo curse. And it's like, no, you don't do that. This is Stephen King. Stephen King does not explain. And you don't do that with a Stephen King story. You don't sit there and say, oh well, this is definitely this certain supernatural being. No, you don't. That is wrong. And another thing that they messed up on is they should have kept Gage as the killing little one. I mean, Gage, next to Chucky, Gage is the best. Wouldn't you say, Mr. Highland?
Well, Gage isn't in many films. So, given his limited screen time, I would say he's more effective.
Oh yeah. Yeah, did I tell you that I met him at at Epic Con?
Oh.
Yeah, he's grown up and he's not blonde anymore. He's dark haired.
Hello?
Yes. And with that concludes my list.
Okay.
Very
Right.
And I hope you got something out of all this.
Okay, anyone last thoughts or that on it?
No, I just found this to be between the other day and tonight. It's a great look at what scares us and what makes us afraid. That's why horror films have been a staple since movies started to be made, 100 and something years ago. What scares us? That's why you look at all the great taglines from great horror films. In space, no one can hear you scream. It knows what scares you. They're here. All those things. They imply this unbelievable fear of the unknown. And my takeaway was when we were talking about those two things between the fog and the thing, that thing that we don't even know until the end of the movie what it is that's in there that's so scary,
Yeah.
And the fact that
when we grow up, there's all these things parents don't tell us, about the real world, and horror films kind of introduce us to that in a safe way. That there's psychos out there, and there's people who can turn into monsters. Ew.
Well,
prepares us.
It's the same reason that fairy tales exist. I mean, and it's to teach you lessons. It's to help you grow up. It's to help you understand things, and that's why so many. I mean, most of the original fairy tales are just horrifying and awful and terrible. Like Cinderella, they poke out the sister's eyes and they cut the parts of their feet off to fit it into the glass slipper. The wolf.
Don't get me started on Little Red Riding Hood. Yeah.
Yeah, I was just going to say the wolf eats grandmother, and then Little Red Riding Hood, and then the woodsman cuts open the wolf and pulls him out. I mean, it's scary. I know for a film that I wrote a couple years ago that's supposed to be a children's film and based on a children's book on tape from England. It all takes place on this kind of magical island, and these two kids have this adventure with a very, very Willy Wonka-esque unreliable host. And I finally said, you guys, there's nothing scary about this. Little kids, this is a great fun story, but it's an adventure, and the kids have to be scared. And I finally wrote a new scene where they find out, well, at midnight they have to accomplish all these things by midnight, or the island that they've been taken to is going to sink. And they don't get to leave the island until they've accomplished all these deeds that have been set for them. And the guy who's telling them all that, and the kids go, but we'll drown. And the guy goes, well, I won't drown. I'm a magical creature. But yes, you certainly will drown. So you better start on your adventures. And when I turned the draft of that script in, the director got it, but the producer was just horrified and said, oh my God, you're going to terrify the kids. The kids are going to cry. They're going to be afraid. I said, no, they're not. I said, kids love in The Wizard of Oz when the witch is chasing them through 3/4 of the movie. She's throwing fireballs and saying, which one of you is going to go first? And there was silence on the end of the phone. And the producer went, you win. Sorry, you win. You're right. And it's an exciting moment in the film, in the screenplay, where because it's funny, you laugh out loud when the kids are like, we're going to drown. The guy goes, yeah, I'm not. I won't. It's very Willy Wonka-esque, Oh, it'll all come out.
Oh, yeah.
It's terrifying. Oh, she turned into a blueberry. He's flattened in a screen, and he, his answer always is, oh, it'll all come out in the wash. Just something my mom, who grew up in the Depression, would always say. She still does. Oh, don't worry, it'll all come out in the wash. And we all love to be scared. When I was a school teacher for a while, in New York City, I'd always start the class off with having the kids talk about something they'd seen, because it was a writing class and I wanted them to understand about narrative. And I said, it can be anything. It's a song you heard, a movie, TV show, a movie, anything. And invariably the kids would tell me whatever the latest horror films were. And that's what they would describe. And, and then she got her head chopped off, or they ran a giant stick through her ear and it came out the other side. And people love that, not all of us, Yeah. I mean, this has been a fascinating time to talk about all these things, because there are we're all like four grown men here, and there are certainly things that scare us. Just the idea of watching the original Alien again, makes me perspire and get nervous, And Christopher recommended I watch just a clip the other day of one of the Halloween movies, and I watched it. The entire time I just kept waiting for someone to get disemboweled or something, and it was just Dan O'Harely, a great Irish actor, having a fantastic monologue about what Halloween represents and what it stands for. And that's why I tend to go for much more psychological horror films than gore. And it was incredible to hear, Chris and Eric both saying that, too much gore turns them off. And movies aren't about that. It's about the storytelling, the narrative, the cleverness, the adventure, the suspense.
Yeah, I mean, I have this one scene that I call it the ultimate horror scene, and it's from Exorcist 3, believe it or not. And all it is it's a single shot of a corridor, and you see a nurse, and she's going from room to room, and there's a guard sitting at the end of the corridor, and he goes and walks away. The nurse goes to the front desk, and then she's going to head down the hall, and all of a sudden you see this nun carrying these long clippers come down the hallway after her, and the director had the camera person just pull in as that was happening. And I've seen this scene over 100 times, and it still freaks me out every time I see it. Blatty was that was the film that was directed by Blatty himself, and it was fantastic.
Well, it's the fact that we all discovered the stuff that scared us the most in Exorcist were all the medical tests at the beginning of the movie. That's a fascinating, admission for everybody to make. So, none of us want to see a spinal tap. Holy cow.
Oh no.
And it's all that stuff of whether it's, the movies that are always so interesting or whether it's true or not, or the thing, Christopher, the thing you kept mentioning about the masks, No, that was you, Eric, right? About the masks and how you just, after a while, you resent the faces being covered in films and things like that. And you want to see their.
Yeah, I got tired of seeing masked serial killers. Why does it need to be a mask? I mean, seriously, my favorite serial killers is Norman Bates and Hannibal Lecter. They don't wear masks.
Hannibal does for a little bit,
to
but
see
not
the
much.
human being underneath.
Yep. I agree.
Oh yeah.
I agree. Well, Christopher, thank you for putting this all together.
You're welcome. It has been one hell of a pleasure. And I wanted to mention, I wanted to thank you for reading chapters in my novel.
Oh, I've loved all the ones that I've read so far. I mean, I just, keep going. They're very spooky and memorable and good. I like them.
Thank you.
It's just,
Thanks for inviting me.
This is just a bit. Yeah, it's been a pleasure, guys.
Thank you. It's been an honor to put the show together.
Oh yeah. This has been great. And Miss,
thank you very much for coming.
Didn't have the encyclopedia, so thank God for that. And this was a lot more fun than what I was expecting.
It was.
I'll see all you guys at the 20-year reunion.
Oh yeah.
That's right. All right. We good here?
Okay.
All right. Hey, thank you guys. It was and Eric, it was a pleasure to talk to you. It's been a while. And
oh yeah.
And, I made a new friend here on the other side here that I didn't know before. So it was a pleasure.
Excellent.
Yeah, cool.
All right,
guys.
Okay. Take care, guys. I'm going to sign off.
You too.
Okay.
Good night.
All righty.
Bye. Good night.
Night.
Good night.
All righty, Mr. Highland. So, last thoughts from you.
Oh, one hell of a show.
Everything that you wanted it to be?
Yes.
Awesome. Awesome. And you even got past being able to talk about the most traumatic film scene that you've ever seen.
Mm-hmm.
So that's something you're making progress there.
Yeah.
Yeah, think about that. I mean, shit, you did it. I mean, it's hard to actually face that kind of stuff and actually talk about it. You had trouble doing it, but you managed. So that was good. And you talked about your favorite film scene of all time. The guy coming through the wall. So that's good.
I wouldn't say it's a favorite.
Oh, come on. You love talking about that one.
Nope. Nope.
Yep. Yeah, that's one of your favorites. That, that, and of course talking about clowns, Mr. Highland. You love clowns. We know that. Alrighty, so anyways, that is our season finale. Be ready for us in January to come back and kick some more butt on Full Spectrum Horror. As always, from Mr. Highland, the horror sex symbol, and Horror Jesus, and myself, King of Splatter Punk, William Pattison, keep America strong, watch horror films.
Good night.
Night.
The love that you bring me along. The pain that you gives me a home. Do you wanna stay by my side? Do you want me to turn and hide? We are disappearing inside, seeing pictures of our goodbyes. We believe that our love will survive the pain that you bring. Brings me all alone. Do you love me? Do you hate me? Do you wanna believe me? Do you think that you don't need me? Do you wanna deceive me? I can't think that it's all over. Don't wanna forget. I can't live this disappointment down. I wanna repress your goodbye, goodbye. The design, we brought them all. The dreams when you see that goodbyes aren't for long. Please follow me to the borders of destiny. I don't wanna break from your side. The falling ground screams goodbye. Do you love me? Do you hate me? Do you wanna believe me? Do you think that you don't need me? Do you wanna deceive me? I can't think that it's all over. Don't wanna forget. I can't live this disappointment down. I wanna repress your goodbye, goodbye. The design, we brought them all. The dreams when you see that goodbyes aren't for long. Please follow me to the borders of destiny. I don't wanna break from your side. The falling ground screams goodbye. Please follow me to the borders of destiny. I don't wanna break from your side. The falling ground screams goodbye. Goodbye, goodbye. The design, we broke the mold. The dreams when you see that goodbye soon for long.
The international be used